G'day, May 40 here, getting a little bit of a late start this morning, and doggone it, the reason is good news. I've just been sleeping so well. It used to be that I would get up at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., weekdays, but particularly on Sundays because I'd be so excited about the big show, and much of it was ego, right? I thought, oh man, I've got this extraordinary idea. I've got this extraordinary breakthrough that is just going to change the way that humanity understands reality and politics and the realm of the ethical. And so my ego will drive me, or I'll remember how that I was screwed over, I was taken advantage of, I wasn't given my due. And normally resentment is not a healthy emotion, but if it occasionally drives you to do something that you otherwise would not have the energy, then it's a great thing. Now, why am I sleeping so well? Number one, I'm using my CPAP more. I've been able to make more peace with my CPAP. But even when I don't have my CPAP on, I have consistently switched to a much bigger wedge. Because I don't know about you, but at night, all right, my nasal passages start to close up. And so I'm now sleeping on this big wedge with a pillow on top. It's about, 15 inches at the top. And so that tends to open up my nasal passages more. And so this morning, I was asleep until like 7:12 a.m. That's when I woke. I woke and I looked through the blinds, and it was light outside. And that didn't used to happen, right? But I am consistently asleep when my alarm goes off weekdays at 6 a.m., and it's the bloody wedge. But if you think that there's no price to pay for using a big wedge like this, that you can just immediately implement it with no downside, you will be wrong, because I used to sleep with this big wedge at times, but then I developed this crippling back pain. And so how did I overcome the crippling back pain and the wedge? I had to do a whole bunch of core strengthening exercises. So when I work on my core, then what's that core? Oh, man, forgot the key names for core strengthening exercises. But as long as I do my core strengthening exercises, then I can sleep with the big wedge, with my head elevated about 2 feet, 18 inches, and I don't develop any back pain. Praise God. Now, my other secret when I can't sleep. So I have a lot of time getting to sleep, staying asleep. But my other secret when I can't sleep, and this is totally counterintuitive, right? I go to the refrigerator and I've got some Crystal Light Classic. It tastes like fresh squeezed orange juice, but it has almost no calories. And it tastes so good. But it tastes so darn good. The problem is I want to drink it, and for some reason, if I just have like 3 or 4 mouthfuls at night, it just makes me happy and it tends to help me go to sleep. The problem is I get hives really easily. I get really scratchy at night. So not only do my nasal passages close up at night, but I also get super itchy at night. And that sucks. And that mainly comes from drinking Crystal Light, anything citrus. So I also have this vegetable drink that I often drink in the mornings. But if I don't take a break from that vegetable, it's fresh squeezed vegetable juices, but it also contains some lemon juice. And then I just get hives all over my body. When I was a teenager, I heard that lemon juice was good. So I used to drink like concentrated lemon juice, but not only did it eat away at the enamel on my teeth, but it also gave me the worst hives. And when I went to the dermatologist, he asked me if anything stressful was going on in my life. But when I get the hives or just get really itchy at night, this really helps. It's darn cheap. Itch relief moisturizing lotion. So it's best not to get the hives, not to drink too much, citrus. But if I do get it, just slathering on some itch relief moisturizing lotion is fantastic. So Zelensky, the Zelensky Trump blowup, and the big picture is, what do Mexican drug cartels, American universities, and American businesses and Hollywood understand that Europe does not? And in essence, there's a new sheriff in town. So it used to be when I'd break a big scoop, right, and I'd get all charged up and I'd go for a walk and I'd play with my fingers like this and I'd say to myself, there's a new sheriff in town. There's a new sheriff in town. When I broke the story about the mayor of Los Angeles, how he hadn't been wearing a wedding ring for the previous 8 months, and then I'd go for a walk and think about the power of my fingers over the keyboard, and I tell myself there's a new sheriff in town. Well, there's a new sheriff in town in the world. His name is Donald J. Trump. And it's not that he does everything that he says, but he also does not do zero of what he says. And so it reminds me of a statement by my father. The problem with life is not that it's unfair, but that it's not 100% perfectly fair. And so the problem is not that Donald Trump does nothing with regard to what he says. The problem is he doesn't do 100%. And so it reminds me of and American drug cartels, Mexican drug cartels, taking Donald Trump pretty seriously. And American colleges are taking Donald Trump pretty seriously. And American businesses are winding down DEI programs. They're taking Donald Trump seriously. And the thing that jumped out at me immediately, I was not watching the Trump-Zelensky thing live, right? I was alerted to it by friends. But what jumped out at me immediately when I turned on Fox News was the strange funereal tone of the people on TV. And so I came to the United States at age 11 in 1977. In the 1970s, TV news anchors had to wear smiles. Right? Now they're obliged to wear an anxious grimace and to use these funereal tones, these somber tones, right? A basset face. Now, what's a basset face? Isn't that related to a basset hound? So basset face. What is it? Oh, so basset face. Yeah, this is good. So why are TV anchors wearing basset face? Right. Why do they look like this so much these days? Right? Because the news business has changed. All right. It's now about appealing to a select audience and not so much giving them the news, but reinforcing their understanding of the world. Right? That's the way to have a viable business, to get subscribers. You want to reinforce people's understanding of the world. So now we have a corgi face. Okay, so let's, right. So someone from the 1970s would look like an idiot in today's news, right? There's the corgi face. So this is how news anchors used to look in the 1970s, all right? They're used to happy because people who advertise want happy, all right? I don't bother monetizing my videos on YouTube with advertisers because advertisers don't want any controversial content, right? They don't want sad content, right? Their biggest fear is that their brand gets associated with something horrific or controversial. And so if you have an advertising-based news model, you want to reinforce to the world a happy understanding of life. If you're a mainstream movie studio or mainstream TV producer, network TV producer, you want to emphasize this happy view of life. So in the 1950s and 1940s, when you first had TV series, all right, they were often concerned with the working class, but no longer, because the working class is something of a downer for advertisers. They want aspirational, happy perspectives and dramas. That now, it's not only that the news media have to put on the basset face when they talk about the news, but they have to emphasize what is wrong with the world. Right? They have to address pressing social issues. Right? Not only do they have to support and amplify their viewers' irritation and frustration with reality, not only do they have to exaggerate the menace that we face, they also have to induce anxiety in their viewership and their subscribers, right? That is the only way of having a viable business model, it appears, or that's the best way, having a viable business model. If you're a live streamer or a podcaster, you have to show people these pressing social issues and why you should be anxious, why you should be worried, why you should be filled with fear. So I'm reading a terrific book from 2020 by Andre Mir, Postjournalism and the Death of Newspapers, the Media After Trump, Manufacturing Anger and Polarization. So this came out in 2020 when it was assumed that Donald Trump was on his way out. So the business model for the New York Times is to exaggerate how terrible Donald Trump is. And there's always been a self-censorship and a propaganda part of the news media. And the news media was frequently quite naive about this. So you'd have journalists saying, I'm not aware of engaging in any propaganda. I'm not aware of censoring myself. So this is BBC journalist Andrew Marr in a 1996 interview with Noam Chomsky. He said, I've never censored myself. Chomsky's reply, I don't say that you are self-censoring, right? I'm sure you believe everything you're saying. What I'm saying is, if you believed something different, you would not be sitting where you're sitting, right? Only those people who are able to embody the business model for their particular outlet are going to be able to have jobs. So the dominant trend is that the news media is switching from ad revenue to reader revenue. Let me just catch my breath.
Also on Fox News Sunday, Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen says he has some misgivings about supporting Marco Rubio.
I did vote for Senator Rubio to be Secretary of State. I regret that vote because as a member of the Senate, Secretary Rubio was somebody who stood up for American values, American principles. He acknowledged that Russia was the aggressor against Ukraine. He realized that it wasn't Zelensky who was the dictator, and now he's...
So in explicit terms, in military terms, Russia was the aggressor. But it's like a girlfriend is just goading you. And then you finally erupt, and you could look at your behavior and say, oh, you were the aggressor. But your girlfriend was goading you, man. She was just asking for it. And Ukraine was like that woman who just asked for it. I remember I had this girlfriend, and we had great sex. We had quite a calm, pleasant relationship. But then she would feel insecure and anxious. And she would say to me, the only way I'm going to keep you is if I win the lottery, because she was 9 years older. I was 27 at the time. She was 36. She was twice divorced from the same guy, and she had 3 kids. And I was going to move to Los Angeles. She was going to stay behind in Florida. And so her anxiety and fear would get the best of her, and she'd start picking a fight with me. And she was just asking for it. So the only way that I knew to calm her down was I had to immediately make love to her. If I didn't do that, she would stay this, obstreperous woman. She would just keep picking a fight. So what does it mean as the news media switches from ad revenue to reader revenue? So ad revenue depends on a happy view of the world and on presenting reality as it is. And reader revenue is more of agenda revenue. People support you not so much to get the news from you, but to support your particular framing of the news. So we have a decline in nonpartisan expertise. We have a rise in partisan expertise, so expertise that suits the worldview of your viewer or your reader. And so we have a growing polarization for sources. So it's not that Trump supplies the news. He supplies the triggers that allow viable forms of news to go forward and to reaffirm the pre-existing view of their audience. So we've got a decline of general trust in institutions. So the role and the number of classical nonpartisan experts is decreasing, and the role and number of expert activists is growing. So for journalism, we have a growing dependence on membership motives and a donating audience, which makes the polarization of news absolutely crucial for business success, right? Polarization means that journalists and the news media need to take a stance, and professional standards of seeking the truth, objectivity, impartiality are going to fall, right? And then will fall standards of independence, accuracy, transparency, diligence, accountability, and harm limitation. So when Donald Trump banned travel to China in January 2020, many commentators in the news media downplayed the severity of the epidemic of COVID in 2020, and they downplayed the severity of COVID because they were concerned that a travel ban against China would stimulate racism. Then afterwards, Donald Trump was assailed for being too weak on COVID. But initially, he was assailed for being too tough. Nancy Pelosi and other Democrats went after Trump for stoking racism by instituting a travel ban against China in January 2020. Obviously, that travel ban in January 2020 was the right thing to do. It should have been done earlier. Now, Donald Trump passed other travel bans, such as on Brazil at the end of May 2020, but that raised no concerns in the media regarding racism, because now the main topic of this polarized standoff had moved in the opposite direction, that Donald Trump was moving towards faster reopening of America and downplaying the pandemic, while the mainstream media was seizing on Donald Trump was not effective and he was too weak with regard to the pandemic. So the travel ban on Brazil, it did not fit the picture that Trump had scant regard for people's safety and health. So the news about the Brazil travel ban was reported in a neutral way and was soon forgotten. It was not the polarizing issue that we saw with China. So usually the initial trigger and main topic supplier for news will come from a figure on the right side of the political spectrum. We see this in the United States, in Australia, in Brazil, in India, and throughout Europe. So we'll have some major political figure on the right who will engage in plain speaking, not use the careful rhetoric of the elite university graduate, the careful critical rhetoric that doesn't use words like retard or senile. And so someone on the right will use plain speaking, and that will cause outrage in the mainstream media, which will be predominantly liberal due to its traditions, its institutional affiliations, the education of its journalists and editors, and their social circles. Then in response, there will be a backlash in the conservative media and grassroots social media on the internet. So this is polarization. It feeds off discourse where both sides can diametrically oppose and therefore maintain their momentum, maintain their audiences, and develop a business model. So news, topics, discourses that do not support polarization will not have much circulation. They will not be the focus of attention for news outlets, right? Because they will not generate revenue, right? The energy and the business model is not in being right. It's in being interesting and being energizing for your base. So neutrality does not work for a subscription business model. It's not going to trigger donations. And so currently we have our best minds and our most gifted writers obsessed with snapping at each other, focusing on achieving the strongest bite, and they tend to overlook the events and the trends outside that which will enable them to take a big bite at the opposition, right? They become too engrossed in their rhetorical fights to think beyond the confines of their battles. So now we aim to impose our facts and annihilate their facts. We've got a process closer to intellectual holy war than to critical thinking. One conservative outlet said, Donald Trump is the first president to turn postmodernism against itself. A simple understanding of postmodernism is that no one narrative is sufficient. And now Donald Trump has used terms like fake news and all sorts of postmodern structures, right, against the left. So what happens when people share images of food? All right. People get success when they share images of food that look less and less like what regular people eat every day. And this is true for news as well, right? People will focus on those parts of the news that are most polarizing, right? Which will be quite different from that which is most reflective of reality. So the algorithms that drive social media participation and attention, right? Those algorithms that drive the addictive gamification part of social media, such as likes and shares, they favor the odd and the unusual. So if you want to broaden out beyond your intimate social network, the easiest, most effective, most efficient way to achieve mass appeal is by turning to the extreme. So the most popular food porn images depict massive hamburgers that are impossible to eat. So regular food and regular whatever cannot trigger a strong response. So modesty is quite the lost cause in social media. There is one surefire way to get me to subscribe to something, and that is feature Christopher Caldwell. Right? He's about my favorite thinker today, along with Steve Saylor. I don't recall Steve Saylor being wrong about anything important. But here's Andrew Sullivan.
Powerful in any context.
I'm Mike White of White Lotus is coming in. Douglas Murray is around. I don't know why you think. I think you said it was the biggest event of the 21st century. Now, maybe you would just.
I said it was the biggest policy change of the 20.
So this is Caldwell with regard to affirmative action. I didn't get my timestamp correct.
Now, which was this extraordinary account of the years in which Christopher argued the Constitution kind of was shifted invisibly to another kind of Constitution. It was a fascinating discussion. I just want to thank you, Christopher, for coming.
Well, thanks for having me. And I think it's probably the first time I've ever been described as great or powerful in any context.
I meant neither word, of course. I was just mimicking Joe Rogan in a desperate attempt to get his ratings. Well, we should talk about our latest bodybuilding supplements, and that will get us.
Okay, all right.
Get us some bros. The brosphere. Christopher, let me ask you first of all. We are in a huge moment, really. I mean, the first month of Trump has been a dizzying number of things. If you were to sift through everything, what's the one thing that you would think we should take notice of, pay attention to?
Well, there are a lot of interesting little elements. If I were to try to sum it up in a really short sentence, I would say that even after this election, there were many reasons to think of this as only another inflection, and now it feels a little bit more like a revolution.
Mm-hmm. It does. It's been a kind of surprising month in some respects, although quite the declaration is a revolution. Quite whether that is actually being done is a question that we'll talk about. You wrote an essay which I wanted to start with, really, saying that the most dramatic thing that happened is the EO on DEI, which included subsequently a revocation, as it were, of the affirmative action rule that LBJ put in place as an addendum to the Civil Rights Act, which essentially set up a legal and constitutional regime in which corporations in the country had to be very careful always of the racial, sex, and all the other compositions of their workforce. And that is now gone.
Yes.
Tell me why you think. I think you said it was the biggest event of the 21st century. Now, maybe you would just.
I said it was the biggest policy change of the 21st century on a level with Obamacare, which would have been the rival up till now.
But you think bigger than Obamacare?
Yeah, but the executive order, of course, of LBJ is not a constitutional thing, but it played into the civil rights legislation of 1964, which has been interpreted in a kind of a constitutional way. That Civil Rights Act mentions affirmative action, but in a very vague way, as kind of a synonym for give it the old college try. I mean, try really hard to integrate your workforce. This actually said the LBJ executive order said businesses will need to have affirmative action programs if they're going to do business with the government. And elsewhere, they laid out what an affirmative action program was. And these businesses that were covered under this covered a quarter of the workforce. So basically, it turned all big businessmen into the affirmative action police, basically. And I would say, I would say that affirmative action is the cornerstone of civil rights enforcement. It's the way civil rights was brought to pass. First, as a way of fixing Jim Crow, but then, as a way of fixing the underrepresentation of women on corporate boards.
The itself is actually colorblind, and it actually says, you can sue on the grounds of sexual orientation if you're a heterosexual.
Yes, it is.
As well as a homosexual. But no one interpreted that way, although I noticed that there's a new case.
There is a case now, yes, in which a heterosexual is claiming to have been victimized by a kind of a gay mafia of a sort.
That has never happened.
It's never happened. But I any of these
Hollywood
things are
is entirely meritocratic.
Yeah, right. But I mean, any of these things are theoretically plausible. But in fact, I don't think that there have ever been damages awarded in a case in which a white person sued by saying this corporation was so keen to hire black people that they didn't hire me, and I don't think that's ever happened. So in practice.
Okay, interesting article in the New York Post. Some of my right-wing friends, big New York Post readers, I don't choose to read it unless someone sends me a link. But Michael Goodwin, their political correspondent, has a headline here. Disaster in the Oval Office. Democrats lead Zelenskyy Ukraine off a cliff with pressure to reject mineral deal. Common criticism of Vladimir Zelenskyy's disastrous Friday performance in the Oval Office is that he failed to read the room. Actually, the Ukrainian president did read a room, but it was the wrong room. Before meeting Trump, Zelenskyy met with anti-Trump Democrats who advised him to reject the terms of the mineral deal the president was offering, according to Democratic Senator Chris Murphy. Now, the New York Post is the only big mainstream media institution that Jim Romanescu, would have qualms about linking to because he had so little trust of its ability to get basic facts right. So it's worth having extra skepticism with regard to unique claims that are only in the Washington Post. But sometimes the Post is right, as we saw with the Hunter Biden laptop story. So just finished a meeting with Zelensky here in Washington. He confirmed the Ukrainian people will not support a fake peace agreement where Putin gets everything he wants and there are no security arrangements for Ukraine. Senator Chris Murphy's office posted on X at 8:15 a.m. Friday, California time. And he attached a picture of Zelensky at a conference table with Murphy seated on the opposite side. So then 40 minutes later, so maybe the New York Post is right here, 40 minutes later, Zelensky arrived at the White House. And I remember seeing in the news media days before this Trump meeting that Ukraine and Zelensky needed to hammer out security arrangements before they would agree to a mineral deal. And this was the mainstream media reporting last week on this mineral deal, that a lot of it needed to be negotiated. And I thought, what needs to be negotiated, right? Ukraine has no standing. Ukraine has no power. But Zelensky apparently had the mainstream media and the Democratic Party perspective and not my perspective, right? Now we know the meeting quickly went off the rails. Trump angrily ejected Zelensky as an arrogant ingrate from the White House. So the earlier meeting with Democrats undercuts wild claims that Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance staged an ambush. In fact, it was Zelensky who came with an ulterior motive. And I guess this makes sense, right? If you're trying to reason to the easiest explanation, then what is it? That's inductive, there's deductive, and abductive. All right, this is abductive reasoning like a detective. What's the most useful and easiest explanation that accounts for a particular phenomenon? So the purpose of this meeting was to sign a mineral agreement that had been negotiated. Now, he had twice refused to sign it after promising to, and now we know he had no intention of signing it Friday unless he got what he wanted with security guarantees. There's absolutely no way that Trump and the United States are going to guarantee the security of Ukraine, because that's not in America's best interests. So by listening to the nakedly partisan advice of Democrats instead of dealing forthrightly with the current American president, Zelensky betrayed Ukraine, and he has left Ukraine without the military and diplomatic protection that only the United States can provide. So good luck counting on Britain, France, and the rest of Europe to save Ukraine. Maybe the Germans will send strudel. So in a perverse way, Murphy and the Democrats got the outcome they wanted. Right, the fireworks at the White House gave them an excuse to replay their Russia hoax. And they and their media handmaidens dishonestly insisting that Trump is in Vladimir Putin's camp. So Russia 2.0 is born of political desperation. After months of not knowing how to respond to Trump's fast popular start to his second term, Democrats up and down the food chain decided that the president's refusal to write a blank check to Zelensky and to pledge a military guarantee amounts to a gift to Putin. And a common media criticism, Democratic criticism, is why is Donald Trump just giving away all of America's bargaining chips with regard to Putin? And the answer is America doesn't have any real bargaining chips because Russia is in the dominant position vis-a-vis Ukraine. Right. Goodwin says Democrats are desperate to stay relevant. It is a mark of their bad judgment that Zelensky is their new hero. Zelensky and the Democrats have zero chance of persuading tapped-out Americans that an open-ended commitment of their tax dollars and possibly sending troops to Ukraine is sensible. Look, the brutal, honest truth is if the entire continent of Africa fell off the map tomorrow, it would not affect the welfare of the United States very much. If Ukraine disappeared tomorrow, it would not affect the welfare of the United States. If Gaza and the West Bank disappeared tomorrow, it would not affect the welfare of the United States. If 8 million Palestinians were moved out of where they are currently, it would not affect the welfare of the United States unless jihadis then used it as an incentive to target Americans. So Trump supporters did not vote for open-ended commitment to Ukraine. And Trump has made it clear for 3 years that he viewed Joe Biden's strategy of providing just enough support for Ukraine to keep the war going as foolish. And Trump is absolutely right. We are risking World War III. We don't need to have unnecessary antagonism with Russia, right? We want to wean Russia off from its alliance with China, because China is our main geostrategic adversary, right? So a minerals plan, wasn't it Zelensky who first came up with a minerals plan? And then the White House decided to use it as the first step to a ceasefire, right? And Zelensky had privately agreed to the terms, but then he went public by insulting the president, the vice president, interrupting them, waving off their responses. Just absolute madness. And he doesn't realize how stupid what he did was for his own welfare and for the United States. Now, this is a fascinating story, and it may indeed be one of those stories that's more significant than what we know right now, all right? It's the number one news story of the past 3 days, but it may be more significant than that, because we now have an energy firm in Norway that's refusing to supply U.S. Navy with fuel. And this particular Norwegian energy company is encouraging other European energy companies to similarly refuse to fuel American Navy forces. And if this keeps up, surely the United States will be tempted to say, F you, right? NATO is no longer in America's best interest. It's like, I got this girlfriend, and at the time, all right, she was cute, she was smart, she was super easygoing, and part of the reason she was super easygoing is that she was living on the couch at her sister's place and sleeping in her car and sleeping in her office at her volunteer position with the Los Angeles Press Club. And so I could take her out to dinner, and I could bring her back to my place, and I could essentially move her in, and she was very amenable, right? Most easygoing person in the world. It was lovely, and we quickly got off to a honeymoon start to our relationship. But after about 2 months, I noticed how many feuds that she had been in and how dysfunctional she was. And she went from this easygoing, loving, smart, funny, attractive, beautiful woman who did these great cheerleader moves and just endlessly entertaining, to she quickly seemed to be a millstone around my neck. And NATO, right, will increasingly appear to Donald Trump and to many people with his worldview as a millstone around America's neck. Doggone it, I am not some unambiguous fan of John Podhoretz, right? I loathe many of the things that he says publicly. I loathe much of what he puts on social media. I loathe much of his public behavior in discussions and debates. But he also is probably the best magazine editor in the United States today. And doggone it, if he doesn't consistently say interesting, useful things and often display an incredible amount of self-awareness. So Mark Halperin did a pop-up Saturday night on the Trump-Zelensky confrontation.
People like us who have been hardened into place in a very serious ideological conflict.
All right, that's a great point. Right, people have been hardened into place in this ideological conflict of how much to support Ukraine. John Podhoretz is all on board with massive support for Ukraine and an interventionist American foreign policy. He's a neocon. But this is quite a self-aware remark.
Conflict, particularly intra-right conflict, we are in our trenches, right? And then you're going and talking to...
I wish it wasn't true that the smartest, most astute commentary on the Trump-Zelensky blow-up, at least in this particular Mark Halperin video, I wish it didn't come from John Podhoretz, but it came from John Podhoretz.
People who aren't in the trenches, and they're sort of looking at this almost like a boxing match or a baseball game. It's sort of like, yeah, I mean, Trump won, but, Zelensky gave it a good shot. It's sort of like that. And so I think what's interesting about it is, just as I think that what happened here, though, was unprecedented and therefore kind of jaw-dropping and, changes the terms of what diplomacy means in the 21st century. what policy implications it has remain completely up for grabs. Clearly, Trump is looking for a way to stop spending money in Iraq. Vance is a representative of a position in the Republican Party that says that we made a mistake, Ukraine, that we made a mistake even aligning with Ukraine. We shouldn't be aligned with Ukraine. And now his people and he in some ways are taking a victory lap because I think Zelensky kind of fell into a trap or because he was facing two people who are not actually sympathetic to him. And it's been a long time since Zelensky has had a conversation with any human being on this planet who is not sympathetic to him. Yep. And he did not know how to parry. And he was speaking in a language in which he is not fluent. It's not only that he isn't a native English speaker. He's not.
Okay, this has been talked about a lot, how English isn't his first language, but I don't think that's the most relevant factor here. I don't think it's in the top 5 of relevant factors. So some people like my shirts, and they're all selected for me by my sister, and they're all these Van Heusen men's dress shirt fitted, right? All my shirts are this type. They just simply vary in the color. And my sister selected this first one. It was purple. And then I decided later time to branch out to about 8 different colors. But this is the only one that has ever elicited compliments. But enough about me. Like, I lead a selfless life devoted to service for other people.
Not entirely fluent in English. Right. And I just want to point out one thing, and then I'm going to shut up. It all depends on whose ox is being gored. In 2010, Bibi Netanyahu came to the White House, had a joint press appearance with Obama, in which they...
All right, the situationist approach is just so doggone useful, because with the situationist approach, you don't put people on a pedestal, and you don't just dismiss people. Instead, you look for how they are in different situations. And John Podhoretz's incredible emotional volatility is sometimes quite useful, right? And if you don't look to him for a lodestar of truth, and you recognize that he, in all likelihood, has a very different worldview than you, but he has astonishing moments of self-awareness, and he is highly intelligent. And so you take what you can get from him that's useful. If he's the best in a panel discussion, then he's the best in that particular panel discussion, no matter how much you loathe him. Okay, let's get Michael back onto the show. Michael, what's going on, man?
Hey, 40, how are you?
I'm blessed, bro.
You hear me good?
I can, loud and clear.
All right, so what were you just discussing?
I was just talking about John Podhoretz and how I'm not a neocon, and I find much of his public behavior loathsome. I find many of his social media posts incredibly over the top, but I have to give it to him. At times, he is incredibly self-aware and astute. And if someone with whom I have such substantial disagreement still has the most intelligent and thought-provoking analysis in a panel discussion, then I just have to admit it, because I take the situationist approach. I don't look at people as possessing a moral character. I look at people as being different in different situations. And so it's easy to recognize in this particular situation, someone with whom I otherwise have substantial disagreements, he's really good in this particular situation. And to recognize that everybody has a genre. All right, you would not want me checking the engines before the plane takes off. You would not want me to do your taxes. You would not want me to do, very minute accounting work. But there are other areas where I'm quite good, and there are all sorts of areas where I'm mediocre, and then there are other areas of life where I'm terrible. And so this way, you don't put people on a pedestal. You don't think, 40 is a good guy or a bad guy. 40's good in some situations, mediocre in other situations, and then just totally sucks in other situations. And then you don't fall into the trap of totally dismissing people or putting them on a pedestal.
I like John Podhoretz. I like basically you turned me onto him with the clips that you show on your show. And as far as his commentary recently, I think all is forgiven. I suppose the reason I like to listen to him is because he's just intelligent and he has good analysis. And at this point, I do not sense that he's kind of an anti-Trump guy. So,
yeah, he was anti-Trump in 2015 into 2016, but he's a neocon. He also he's part of a nonprofit that cannot. I don't think they're allowed to endorse candidates. So he's a neocon, but he has a lot of smart things to say. What is your general perspective on how much the United States should support Ukraine in its war against Russia?
I've actually been pro-Russia this whole time. And I feel like you're allowed to say that now, but a few years ago when this thing started, it was almost literally you could get deplatformed. I don't remember if it was a message from either Google AdSense or WordPress. I mean, you run a website.
Yes.
There was some message like it basically amounted to that you cannot criticize Ukraine or else you'd be either kicked off WordPress or you couldn't have Google Ads.
Yes, you'll lose all sorts of things if you say anything pro-Russian.
Yeah, but now it's been normalized, but even conservative media has been pretty anti-Russia this whole time, including just like every website. Without naming names, it was like I would see articles referring to Russian invaders, and it's like, okay, the Russians technically did invade, but just the phrase Russian invaders I found to be a little like charged language, you know?
Yeah. Do you not feel like I have 100% emotional sympathy for Ukraine, even though intellectually I recognize that they acted in a way that drove Russia to invade? But how about your emotional sympathy? Do you have reservoirs of emotional sympathy for Ukraine, or you don't care?
I don't want to say I don't care. I mean, it's difficult to, emotionally connect with something happening so far away with, nobody I know personally. But I mean, every time I meet a Ukrainian, they're lovely, so it's no problem there. But there's no love lost for Zelenskyy himself.
Okay, and incidentally, do you have favorite public intellectuals or public commentators?
Let's see. Besides Luke Ford,
Yeah.
No, honestly, you're one of them. Public intellectuals. I think we lack for public intellectuals. I think that's the problem. 10 or 20 years ago, you might have said Christopher Hitchens, and before that, you might have said William F. Buckley. But who is there now that is such a wordsmith? I mean, I guess you have Tucker, who we've talked about, but I'm not exactly like a devotee of Tucker, but he's talented. No, I don't really take my cues from anyone in particular as far as forming my opinion. I used to love Rush Limbaugh. I wouldn't call him a public intellectual. He's more of an entertainer. But
at what age did you start listening to talk radio?
Yeah, like we're on a similar trajectory because you were when I hear you talk about Dennis Prager, I'm like ditto for Rush Limbaugh. So I heard him when I was in high school. At that time you would just kind of surf the dial on the radio, just trying to find something like to listen to. And so in high school, I heard him a little bit, but I didn't feel very politically engaged in the 90s with Bill Clinton. I was just kind of indifferent. So when I was about 20 or 21 in the 2000 Bush election, I really tuned into Rush Limbaugh to the point where I would walk around campus with headphones just listening to Rush Limbaugh. And people would say, "What are you listening to?" And I'd say, "Rush." And they go, "Oh, I love Rush." I'm like, "No, Rush Limbaugh, not the band Rush. I don't care about that."
Now, where did you grow up?
Where?
Mm-hmm.
The New York area. I was born in New York City, but I grew up in a suburb around there.
And what's your ethnic heritage? Like, where are your ancestors from?
I'm half Czech and half Italian, but, on both sides, like, they were born, in the U.S. until you go back to, I guess. Well, my grandparents, I think, were born in Czechoslovakia, my late grandparents.
So I remember I was at a party put on by my publisher, Prometheus Books, in something like 1999. And there was this famous guy giving a speech. His name will come to me. And he was condemning Howard Stern for saying, with regard to the Columbine massacre, like, why didn't the shooters have sex with the girls before they killed them. That didn't make any sense. And I just burst out laughing. And I was the only person in the room of over 100 people who burst out laughing. Then afterwards, some people came up to me and said, I respect your honesty and your courage for bursting out laughing at what Howard Stern said when the point of the entire lecture was to condemn Howard Stern. Was there a point in your life where you started recognizing that there were all sorts of things that were funny, that it was socially inappropriate to laugh at?
Well, I used to listen to Howard Stern, again, when I was in high school every morning. And I remember, my dad would switch it back to Imus. He doesn't remember that, but that was how it was. But looking back, I think Howard Stern was really a toxic presence on the airwaves. And maybe it's because I just didn't have any values whatsoever at that time. And the shock value was whatever. But I just think looking back, Howard Stern is not where it's at.
Did you have you had heroes, like people that you'd put on a pedestal?
Well, again, I would say in my 20s, it was really, I was such a huge fan of Rush Limbaugh. And I guess I've been thinking about inspiration, maybe from listening to your show. You talk a lot about that. And I think he was a big intellectual inspiration, although, you got to read too. You can't just listen to people on the radio. But his show was quite in depth. And a lot of times when I still will listen to the radio every once in a while. I'm more like, listening to people on the internet these days, but a lot of people do a talk radio show and they just talk about the horse race nonstop. It's like they do no preparation for the show. There's no substance. It's just very basic bitch conservative stuff. But he would really go granular on the issues to the point where I could talk to the people about the UN resolution, which justified the war in Iraq. And I knew the 4-digit number of the resolution. And I could tell you about the tax proposal and the different income brackets that it would affect.
Now looking at Rush Limbaugh, would you say in retrospect that his show was good for America, indifferent for America, damaging to America?
And that gets back to what you were just discussing, right?
Yeah.
He's like that phenomenon on steroids, which is that you deliver the news in a way that's very ideological and through a very particular lens of a political party. And that was Rush Limbaugh. I mean, you want to say he invented that, like he invented Fox News is what people say. Yeah. But if you would ask him, he would have said, I'm providing the balance to the rest of the media. So the rest of the media, which was purportedly just giving you the straight news, actually wasn't. And he gave the other side, people were indignant. But in fact, just the other side didn't exist before that. You look at Meet the Press, and did you watch the Sunday shows?
I used to, yeah. I used to in high school, so that means 1982 to 1984.
Oh,
and then also, really up until about 1988, I watched the Sunday shows.
So they were probably even better then. But when I would watch them religiously, it was Tim Russert. It was John Dickerson, and Chris Wallace was on Fox News Sunday. And I really didn't have an issue with any of those guys and the way that they explored the news. It was not really biased one way or the other, just kind of like, all right, here's what the Republicans think. Here's what the Democrats think. It was like an appropriate tone, kind of a sober tone to it. And as soon as I think Meet the Press got David Gregory, I just thought, are you kidding me? This guy is a Democrat hack. How can you have him? I still had this notion that there was something, sacred and serious about these Sunday shows. And there was David Gregory, and that was actually the turning point. And then after him, it was Chuck Todd. And then I just said, I can't watch this. I'm out.
Now, something happened to me when Dennis Prager went daily. So he used to just do a Saturday night and Sunday night show. There was kind of big picture, big issues, a lot of religious talk. And then when he went daily, I noticed that I would usually come away from listening to his show angry. And so I'm curious, what emotions primarily were provoked for you listening to Rush Limbaugh? Because I was never a regular Rush Limbaugh listener.
I think there's definitely an element of anger, and But the question is it righteous indignation, or is it just you're getting people hyped up over nothing? And maybe it's a little bit of both. But I remember I was talking to someone on the phone, and I had Rush in the background, and he goes, "Wow, he sounds pissed." And it was kind of funny because it's like a little reality check. Like, yeah, he was pretty pissed. And part of it was Rush Limbaugh himself had issues. He had a pill problem. So he had all kinds of, if you're taking pills every day, you don't really feel good, I assume. So if you're abusing some kind of prescription pills.
Now, let's talk about there is a time and a place for anger. So often anger enables me to have the courage and the strength and the determination to deal with something right away that if I were not angry, it would be much more difficult for me to deal with. So let's say someone's stepping on my foot, deliberately stepping on my foot. Someone is being careless and they're hurting me, and I have the opportunity to talk to them and to resolve an issue. And so there is a highly adaptive use for anger in these situations. But outside of those situations where you have the opportunity to resolve something, my thesis is anger does not usually serve you. What do you think?
I agree with that. Anger does not usually serve you. Yeah, I mean, you really have to, as a man, you have to learn to control your anger. That's part of the becoming a man process. And I have a temper. I've been known to lose my temper. So,
okay, so you were leaving listening to Rush Limbaugh a little bit more angry than you were going in, and you can describe this as self-righteousness. So you also would have developed a stronger in-group identity as a contrarian and a conservative.
Sorry, 40.
Yep.
Can you just can I put you on hold for 1 sec? I'm not leaving.
Yeah. Just come back whenever. So, okay, let me play some Podhoretz.
And they talked about how they'd had this meeting, and Bibi said, and I told Obama this, I told Obama that, I said this to you, Mr. President, I think we agree on that, we agree on the other thing, I want this. And Obama was furious. He hated Bibi from that moment forward, and anytime Bibi did anything from that moment until Obama left office, the general line among Democrats was that Netanyahu was incredibly disrespectful of Obama, personally disrespectful. This is clearly a trigger. This is kind of a political trigger for leaders. They don't like to have these contentious meetings. You're supposed to come to the president and say, we're all on the same page, and the president says we're all on the same, and everybody smiles. And Zelensky didn't do that the way Bibi didn't do that. If you were me and you were supporting Bibi and you didn't like Obama, that was fine with you, right? But if you were a Democrat, you didn't like the way Bibi behaved and you never forgave him. And I think this is a similar kind of dynamic, that it really does matter where you were.
Okay, let's get Michael back in. So I was saying that you were leaving Rush Limbaugh, listening to him, a little bit more angry and with a little stronger in-group identity as a contrarian and a conservative. Is that fair?
Yes. Okay. So let me speak to that. Yes, Rush Limbaugh occasionally had an angry tone, and he could definitely bring like the fire, and that's part of it. That's part of, being emotional is part of, I guess, good radio. However, I think people cross the line. I think for me, I find someone like Mark Levin is toxic. Like there's too much. It's just all anger. There's nothing clever going on. There's no irony. There's no subtlety. Whereas Rush Limbaugh, he used a lot of satire. He was, his tone was usually calm, and he's very articulate and eloquent. But then, like sometimes he would yell. So that's why I would listen to him. But when you take like Sean Hannity, I hope this now I'll never get invited on the Sean Hannity show, but his tone is just like a sledgehammer. He's just like, I hate the Democrats. I'm angry. That's just one pitch, right?
Yeah,
there's no,
and it's also fairly low IQ. So Tucker, what everyone thinks of him compared to your average Fox News host, was at a higher IQ level. Yeah,
so that's a problem. And I'm curious about your opinion of the new White House spokesman. What's her name? Caroline Leavitt.
She seems to be doing an effective job promoting the president, but I would never choose to listen to an interview with her. I'm just not interested in rating the effectiveness of people who are essentially paid liars. I would say that about any spokesman and any publicist. I just don't care at how effective they are with their talking points. But what's your view?
I'm not a big fan of hers, although I think she is competent and she does do the job. And I'm sure the job is more difficult than it looks. Like your job, doing this live streaming, is more difficult than it looks. So she is on her feet. She's answering questions. She knows the answer. However, I do not really enjoy watching her either because, and the reason I bring it up is because her tone is also one of anger. And she came out of the gate, she seemed like pissed. Her tone is, hey, media, I know you're Democrats and I hate you and I hate even talking to you. Like, I get it. Yeah, they are Democrats, but I just don't find that to be a very suave approach to that job.
So when I was a Dennis Prager devotee, did you ever have a parasocial relationship with either someone on radio or on someone on TV who meant a great deal to you emotionally?
I think maybe, but I think I can forgive myself for that because often I find myself in a situation where the like, take Rush Limbaugh, for example, wherever I happen to be in my social milieu or my workplace, I really didn't have anyone intelligent or interesting to speak to. So I felt like my time was better spent listening to somebody who I found intellectually stimulating, or, even better, again, reading a book. So it is kind of a parasocial thing, but sometimes it's just for lack of having a good friend who shares your interests. And so.
What about heroes? Did you put people on a pedestal? I think I asked you that, but I'm not sure. Was that an important component of your life? Because it's a really important component of my life. I put all sorts of people on a pedestal while I tended to regard people I knew in real life as not so great.
I'm sure I do that, but I don't want to characterize that as part of some kind of neurosis, but I'm sure I do that. But let me put it in a better connotation. There are always people that I admire, and I admire them for what I perceive as their leadership or even their heroism, and people that I put on a pedestal, to put it that way, or people whom I admire greatly, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, people who have taken a lot of slings and arrows. I think Musk taking over Twitter was heroic, and I love the good humor with which he deals with all the opposition. So, yeah, I think maybe I do put certain individuals up on a pedestal, but maybe they deserve it. Is it a bad thing that there are leaders, that there are great men in our time, which is something that we should cherish?
What about the situationist approach, which says there's no such thing as moral character and there's no such thing as great men? There are only great men in certain situations. And that way you recognize people are great in certain situations, but then you don't get let down or disappointed when they're not great in other situations.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I could give you a couple examples just off the top of my head. George W. Bush, after 9/11, before he sunk the entire American empire, he was kind of just heroic in the way that he connected with people. And I think we forget that. But, the Bullhorn speech, and that was a moment of greatness for him, but not necessarily a great man. It was just that particular situation. Example number 2 is Rudy Giuliani, actually same historical context after 9/11, was such a great leader, mayor, America's mayor, as they say. And I still admire Rudy Giuliani. I like everything he's done. Everybody on the left really hates him now. However, for a time, that was his moment with greatness.
Who do you believe killed JFK?
I don't really have a good take on that. What do you think?
Lee Harvey Oswald acting alone. It's a fetish of mine. I've read so many books on that, so many conspiracy theories, etc. I was just curious if you had an opinion.
Not really.
Okay, let's leave it there. So I had an inkling when I was listening to Dennis Prager every day that I was emerging. I realized I was emerging from his show more angry than I was prior, and I probably had a subconscious inkling that this was rendering me less adaptive and less functional. So did you have an inkling, either explicitly or unconsciously, that emerging from listening to Rush was making you more angry, more self-righteous, more righteously indignant, and also less functional and less adaptive to reality?
Probably. Probably. But it made me, like you with Prager, it made me like an evangelist for his ideas. And hang on.
Yeah, go ahead. Do whatever you need to do. That's whatever's going on in the background is more important than me.
Is that distracting or?
No, it's fine. But if you ever need to attend to something in your real life, that's more important.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
I got my baby mama here. She's on it. All right.
Okay, great.
Okay, yes. I found myself as an evangelist for his ideas, and I would talk to people about, why we need a tax cut, and people are not particularly receptive to that message. But I think it just helped me kind of form my ideas and my values, and I'm not really like a rock ribbed conservative, but you can say that I come from that perspective, and so it's not adaptive to talk about politics at work. It's not adaptive to talk about conservative ideas like with women, or it's not really a good look. However, in some ways it's worked out, because like what we're doing right now in this moment, if we weren't both kind of heavily invested in certain thinkers that we found so attractive, we perhaps wouldn't have kind of filled up our knowledge so that we can give back a little bit if that's what we're doing right now.
Right. So one of the developments in my intellectual journey is to see things increasingly through an evolutionary lens. And now I think I recognize that political ideologies and political platforms and political responses come out of our past, adapting to changing environments, and that there are some situations where a left-wing approach will be more adaptive to reality, and there will be other times when a hierarchical, xenophobic right-wing approach is more adaptive, and just to recognize that humanity's panoply of political reactions comes out of an evolutionary past, and there's nothing inherently superior about either a right-wing reaction or a left-wing reaction, even though my own biases are much more towards the right. And so I found that clarifying, and it's helped me to overcome a kind of vindictive self-righteousness that I used to have. What do you think of the evolutionary model for understanding politics?
100%. Any type of evolutionary thinking I'm on board with. And I agree, you have to be live and let live with people that disagree with you. They're just kind of wired differently, and perhaps it's not in their interest. 40, can I suggest a topic, and then
yes,
I can be on for another 5 minutes or so?
Yep. Go ahead.
I heard you discussing Day Zero. Didn't I hear you talking about
that?
that?
Yeah, on Netflix, yeah.
I loved it.
Okay, interesting. Did you get a dopamine hit from it? Because I didn't. It kept my attention, but I didn't enjoy it, and I didn't love it, but it kept me thinking, and it kept my attention. So tell me more about why you loved it.
Okay. When you said you didn't connect with the characters, I think that's a very legitimate reason not to continue watching. But I thought De Niro was great in it. De Niro is great in it.
Yeah.
De Niro,
yes.
Hey, I don't like Robert De Niro's personal opinions. I don't like what he says about Trump, but I think an actor of that quality, I'm willing to put that to the side and just enjoy his films. I don't stop watching The Godfather because De Niro has crazy political opinions,
Yeah.
And so De Niro he's a former president who's called back to service in this moment of crisis, this kind of apocalyptic cyber attack on the United States. And he is he's called to this because he's looked on as someone of great integrity that the public still loves, whereas perhaps the president doesn't have that. And what's so cool about the series is that he is kind of a metaphor or an echo of Joe Biden. I mean, you caught that, I assume.
Yeah. I didn't actually. Yeah, go ahead.
He has problems with his memory because he's old, like Robert De Niro is old. And that's another thing. Like Robert De Niro is 81, so it's tough to find a good role for someone of that age. But in this particular role, it's perfect because the age is part of the story. So like Biden, he has moments. He's mostly lucid, but he has moments where he can't even trust his own mind. And so one of the conflict is who attacked America, who is the bad guy, go get a mystery. But another conflict is the inner conflict of it's President Mullen. I think George Mullen is in conflict with himself and his own cognitive decline.
Yeah. Now, as I identified with the Robert De Niro character. I felt things. I was sympathetic. I think I was pretty much on board with the Robert De Niro character, but it wasn't as easy to love him and get dopamine hits because of all the weirdness that he had going on. The dysfunction, the mental dysfunction, did that interfere or did that enhance your ability to empathize with him?
Not at all. I think that enhanced my ability to empathize with him. He's trying to remember a particular conversation and he's trying to piece it back because he was on the phone with a Mossad agent whom he had a previous, connection with as president. And the Mossad agent basically told him who was responsible and he can't remember. So he's constantly trying to piece back that conversation. And I love that. I love the kind of nods, the allusions to Biden. And also I don't know if you made it to episode 2, but there's another character.
I watched the whole thing. I watched every episode.
Okay.
I was compelled. Every minute I was compelled to watch, and that's my primary criterion. So I watched every minute.
Okay. Don't spoil it for me and don't spoil it for all of our viewers, but we can spoil it up to episode 2. Evan Green is a metaphor for Tucker Carlson.
Yes.
Right?
It looks so like him.
Yeah.
Too.
So I like the way they did that, and it just made the series feel kind of immediate and relevant to me. Although it is definitely with a leftist kind of perspective, but you just take that for granted. And I think it's good enough. The acting is good enough by De Niro, and the story is good enough that I can put to the side some of the annoying like leftist tropes that are in it.
Were there any characters that you had empathy for aside from the De Niro one?
I liked the aide to President Mullen.
Jesse Plemons character. The Jesse Plemons character.
Okay, they're good. Yeah, wow, you remembered his name. Good. Yes, I thought the two of them, De Niro and Plemons, were really the only two like really good actors in it. So a lot of the kind of side characters are pretty annoying, but
what about dopamine hits? Were you getting dopamine hits watching the show? There are just some shows that I watch that are just glory in every minute, like every scene, every angle, every development. I just get another dopamine hit. What were your dopamine levels like, do you think, watching the show?
Oh yeah, I think I was getting dopamine hits the whole time. And okay, so here's some other things I saw. Another conflict is De Niro, Mullen has a commission called the 0-Day Commission, which is trying to investigate what happened and also arrest people. So civil liberties were at stake, and it was a conflict between safety and civil liberties. And I thought that was a nod to the COVID situation.
Yes.
And on one hand, they portrayed some of the people who objected to those methods as being like right-wing kooks. So they're conspiracy theorists. And there was one scene where they had signs saying "Fire Mullen," which echoed "Fire Fauci" or "Do whatever to Fauci."
Yeah.
People got so pissed about COVID and Fauci. So there's a lot of social commentary on there, not all of which I necessarily agreed with, but I do think it's clever. So, you watched the whole series, so
I watched the whole thing, and I was compelled to watch, but I only felt something for the Robert De Niro character, and I was not getting dopamine rewards. I was not getting dopamine hits. I was more cognitively compelled to keep watching, but I wasn't taken on a big emotional journey. So it was kind of weird, and I need to talk about it because I don't really understand fully the show and whether it was good or bad, because it got pretty mediocre ratings on IMDb.
Oh, did it? I just kind of started reading a review of it. Okay, so to the Evan Green character, who is like Tucker Carlson, he's wearing flannel. He's kind of looking at the camera with his brow furrowed as he does his show, and he signs out his show. He says, "Keep truthing, and if others won't hear it, just say it louder until they do." And I just thought, is that leftist view of Tucker Carlson or just conservative media in general? Like, it's such Neanderthal. You just have to, if people don't agree with you, say it louder. Like, that's not Tucker Carlson's approach in any way.
Well, I don't think it's unique to any area of the political spectrum. I think pretty much that's universal. I mean, also just with interpersonal relations, usually if someone doesn't listen to us and that person's important to us and we really need to get the point across, we just start saying it louder and louder until we feel like they get it.
But the idea that a right-wing commentator would be enough of a bonehead to be like, if someone doesn't listen, say it louder. Like, I guess some conservative shows actually are like that, but to be fair.
Right. And what about, Tucker does some amazing stuff, and he does some really boneheaded stuff in addition to a whole lot of mediocre stuff. I mean, his nightly monologue was the most important commentary of the day much of the time. It was incredible how important his opening monologue was for years. What do you think?
I think there's a big void left with him gone, and I think that we need to fill it ourselves.
Yeah. Tucker has a gift, and people can have a gift and be complete idiots. Also, people can have a gift and they can express that gift in a compromised fashion, in that everyone has to work in a genre. All right. Every situation is like a genre. And I just wanted to share this with you. It's from 2008. It was an analysis that ended up in Mother Jones magazine by a former news director at Milwaukee's WTM radio. And he wrote, I think, initially for Milwaukee magazine, then ended up, I think, in Mother Jones, that talk show hosts are popular and powerful because they appeal to a segment of the population that feels disenfranchised and victimized by the media. Do you think that's an accurate analysis?
Oh, yeah, of course. But, I mean, you could say the same thing about Fox News, and just any conservative media company is filling a void by people who hate the media.
So, go ahead. Did you want to elaborate?
But then, conservative media itself becomes its own kind of monster, which is, they have certain narratives, and it can be found wanting as well.
Did you know, in retrospect, the increased anger that you had from listening to right-wing talk radio made you less functional and less adaptive, and I think that's bad, and I don't want to do that. And so I deliberately shifted my show away from providing that kind of hate porn in 2020. I made that shift. So what do you think about hate porn and fueling victimization and righteous anger?
I just think it comes back to tone, and I do think your show, the tone is positive. Like, you're not yelling into the microphone. So I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with saying the media is horrible and we need to put out a conservative perspective. There's definitely nothing wrong with that, but you can just do it in a way that is a little bit more sophisticated, but you have to be careful, because if you use too much satire, then people don't understand that. And they just say, this is a liberal. I hate this guy. So
people, People have always gotten mad at me for not making clear when I was being satirical. And
Yeah.
I just think they're idiots, but it's true. People usually don't get when I'm being satirical. I once had a girlfriend that I never once had to explain to her when I was being satirical or sarcastic. Right? She was so incredibly present that she always knew what I was saying. It was an incredible experience. Have you had that experience of not having to explain yourself?
Yeah, I mean, and that could be a good relationship. Sometimes, I think definitely when it comes to a relationship with a woman, you learn that you don't joke around the same way you do with your friends. You have to kind of watch your P's and Q's because they're just not amused by your ironic comment. So you just have to find the right dynamic, I guess.
Now, I think there's something much more important. This is what I try to do, is move beyond saying the media is horrible, but to explain why the media responds to incentives just like I do and just like you do. I'm sure in the performance of your duties in many different areas of your life, you have frequently had to say things that are not true or promote things that you don't agree with because the reality of your responsibilities in that situation are more important than optimizing for truth. So the news media and the elite and people on the left, they're just like you and me. They are responding to incentives. They're coming from their genetics and their upbringing and their social incentives. And so the news media is responding to incentives. It's not that they're horrible. It's just important to understand the incentives and the business model that they operate under. And so let's move beyond good and evil.
Yes, I think, you can bitch about the media, but you're free to put out your own perspective. And that's what you're doing. That's what I'm doing. And so it's really a free market out there. And I'm not really mad at media bias that much because every newspaper has a perspective. Back to the founding of the country, there were partisan newspapers, and having worked in conservative media, when a story comes up, the first question is, well, what's the angle? Meaning, how does this fit into one of our overarching narratives? They don't actually say that, but that's what is meant. And I assume every website, like liberal websites, Politico and The Hill, it's obvious that they're posting stories because they fit into a certain narrative that they want to tell. And I'm not using narrative in a way that's nefarious, but they just, they have a certain lens through which they see things and their audience understands. So I think maybe that's just inevitable to being a media company. And I mean, you have overarching narratives on your channel too, and I do too. So I guess it's hard to imagine a really neutral kind of media company.
Right, but I just think it's so much more sophisticated and valuable. Instead of saying this person's bad or this entity or this genre is bad, but to explain the incentives that create people doing what they do so that we increase understanding rather than pointless rage.
Yeah, I mean, look at there have been a couple of women who used to work for conservative papers or websites, and then they went to CNN, and now all of a sudden they're the biggest leftist out there. And it's so they just completely abandon their views. I mean, that's pretty, I personally would not do that. I would not go work for NBC or CNN and start espousing their perspective. I would just find that to be awful. But some people don't have a problem with that.
Right, but you also don't know what you would do. You don't know what you'd do till you're in that situation and facing those incentives.
Well, but I never applied to work there, so.
Right.
I conceivably could have, I think, but it wouldn't even occur. I mean, it wouldn't occur to me because, I perceive them to be dishonest and dare I say bad but all right, 40.
Okay, mate, you got to go. So, hey, jump back on anytime. It's great to talk to you, man.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks, 40. Take care.
Yep. Take care now. Okay. Let me get my bearings. And there's no better way to get your bearings than playing some John Podhoretz. But there is a new Netflix show which is damn funny and entertaining. It's not highbrow, but it's essentially based on Jenny Buss, the woman who runs the Los Angeles Lakers, and it's called Running Point. And instead of the team being called the LA Lakers, it's called the Los Angeles Waves. But it's modeled on her life. And the photography of Los Angeles, the light in Los Angeles is just stunning. It's such a beautiful looking show. It makes LA look amazing. And I live in LA, so I want LA to look amazing. And I've hiked Runyon Canyon and looked at this view dozens of times. And it's funny, man. It's really funny. So it's called Running Point. And I'm going to play some excerpts from it, but no better way to get caught up than playing Podhoretz.
We're before the meeting took place and where you are on the ideological spectrum. And if you're not there, particularly, it's not going to stick.
Super, super interesting, John. Thank you. Stay with us. Janine, welcome in. Comment
Hi.
first.
Okay. John Podhoretz just had all the great commentary. So I'll just skip ahead to his sections. Right. George Friedman used to be the boss of Peter Zeihan. George Friedman ran the company that Peter Zeihan worked for. And so George Friedman created Stratfor, and he is quite the thoughtful geopolitical analyst.
World, the United States and the Soviet Union. Each country plotted its course with the consideration of, I am with the Americans, I am with the Russians, I'm neutral. These were the categories, and foreign policy of all these countries were clear. It is now 80 years since this system was in power. It's almost a century. And these systems shift as the realities of nation states and the reality of the world shifts. It is now undergoing, and usually it goes through a war. World War I, World War II, the Napoleonic Wars. We're not peaceful in this process. So we are now in a period where the World War II, post-World War II model is obsolete. It is not relevant to the world. That's considered the norm. It cannot sustain the world, cannot organize the world. NATO, Russia is different. Other countries are rising, India and so on. So the world is reorganizing itself. What occurs in this place is that each country has an internal crisis because the norms are being broken on all levels. I mean, how can you be friends with Russia? How could we be friends with Japan? How could we be friends with Germany? We've built both of them. So, and this was appalling. So we are in a period where people are appalled because it's not what they're used to. And all countries are going through this. The English, British are certainly thinking, what happened to our American friends? They know what happened to French friends. What will Germany now do? All the old questions are rising, but the new questions aren't being faced.
I mean, obviously, as we're talking about there, the USA is fundamentally changing, or may well be changing, how it sees the world and how it wants to interact with that. Why, in particular, is the USA doing this right now?
The USA is not seeing the world differently. The world is different, and the U.S. is taking note of it. Russia lost the war in Ukraine.
All right. That's huge. It's not so much. The big picture here is not that Trump is seeing the world differently from Biden. The world is different, right? The world has changed, and Trump is responding to a different reality. The situation has changed, right? That's more important than American policy has changed. The world has changed. The situation has changed.
The Russian army, the Red Army, could not defeat what is nearly a third world country. For 3 years, it failed. This is a massive failure by the Russians.
All right. That's the big picture point here with regard to Russia versus Ukraine, is how ineffective the Russian army has been. Russia is not even capable of taking over all of Ukraine, let alone threatening Eastern Europe. And so much of the mainstream rhetoric and Democratic Party rhetoric is about how Russia is a threat to take over Europe. And that's simply not true. That's not realistic. All right. The facts on the ground, right, don't correspond and support that type of fear. And I really respect Steve Saylor, and I respect how he hasn't been talking a lot about Trump in Trump's second term, because Steve Saylor is only weighing in when he feels like he has something to add. But February 24, he published a post, Trump, speak loudly, carry a smaller stick. Will Trump's foreign policy wind up being isolationism in the Eastern Hemisphere and hegemony in the Western Hemisphere? And so he talks about the planned 34% cut in the American defense budget over the next 5 years. How can that be squared with Trump's second-term foreign policy rhetoric, which seems much more aggressive than in his first term with regard to the Panama Canal, Greenland, Canada, Mexico, and Gaza, while seeming much more defeatist in Ukraine compared to Biden? So currently the United States spends about 4.3% of our GDP on military, which is more than all other countries in the world. All right, we have given Ukraine over $120 billion. And Europe has not been living up to their defense commitments. So Steve Saylor doesn't weigh in a lot on American foreign policy, but occasionally he does. So I love his little comment here. Europe is a great continent, the best continent per square mile. Wow, that's provocative. I haven't thought of it in those terms. So I don't even know what to say to that. Europe is a great continent, the best continent per square mile, but that does not seem stupid to me. Have you ever been to Europe? It's wonderful. Yeah, I've been to Europe, and it is wonderful. Europe is a great continent compared to Latin America. Yes. Why concede Europe to Russia, a big, dumb country? All right, there, I think that's a stupid comment by Steve Saylor, right? Because Russia, the big picture story here is Russia doesn't even have the capability of taking over all of Ukraine, let alone Eastern Europe, let alone Europe. So conceding Europe to Russia is stupid. Russia does not have the ability to dominate Europe. So this is one of those rare occasions I get to differ with Steve Saylor. I don't think this is a good question. Why concede Europe to Russia, a big dumb country? What about Western Hemisphere countries that Trump's rhetoric is threatening? Denmark has been pretty generous toward Ukraine. Denmark has given Ukraine $8 billion. Wow. So what is Trump's foreign policy plan? Seems to be running the option play where he might hand off, pitch out, or keep it himself. That's a good line. Who knows what Trump's personal relationships might lead to? So last term, Trump found himself getting along well with Mexico's leftist president AMLO, which led to the successful Remain in Mexico plan that Biden blew up disastrously for the Democratic Party. So this term, Trump seems less ideologically congenial with AMLO's successor, but he seems to be getting along pretty well with her. One problem is Trump is shifting the Overton window, which tends to be good for domestic policy, but is it wise for foreign policy? American preeminence since the 1940s has been based on the assumption that the U.S. has all the territory it needs. Well, when the situation changes, maybe America's needs for territory will change. The last American additions to territory were a few obscure Pacific islands next in the wake of World War II, so in 1947. The most valuable and costly in American blood conquest in the Pacific, the Okinawa Prefecture, was returned to Japanese sovereignty in 1972. So 77 years of America not expanding has been pretty good for America and for the world. Now Trump is talking about America expanding. Is it really prudent? I am open to it's a good idea. I'm open to it's a terrible idea. So I'm in the middle. Trump's random assertions, which may be just negotiating ploys, incite random Twitter morons to explain at vast length why, when you think about it, America's standpoint should be that the wars of conquest are good, which leads other morons to assume that beating up on our ally Denmark to conquer Greenland to take their rare earths would be a genius plan. This is all pretty stupid. The only natural resources that are valuable are oil, gas, and human beings, with average IQs over 95. So it's unlikely that Trump would attack Denmark to conquer Greenland and its rare earth deposits. A lot of MAGA morons are trying to assume that assaulting the home country of Hans Christian Andersen, Kierkegaard, and Ernst Bohr is a great idea because we'll get rich off their rare earths or something. But a historical precedent for Trump speaking loudly and carrying a small stick might be the fairly cheap foreign defense policy of the three American presidents of the 1920s, who pulled back from involvement with Europe, spent only a moderate amount on the military, expanding the Navy while shrinking the Army, and pushing around banana republics around the Gulf of Mexico. So Calvin Coolidge's grand strategy is hard to reconcile with Trump's brainstorm of the U.S. taking over the Gaza Strip. So Steve Saylor has been highly skeptical of Trump's plan to take over the Gaza Strip. All right, back to George Friedman while I get my act together.
This changes the fundamental anchor of the world. The United States and Russia are not the same. Now, we lost Vietnam. but that was not as clearly important to us. So Russia's position in Europe is up in the air. Russia itself is up in the air. That means the world has changed. The difference is that the Europeans don't want the world to change. They're looking at the world and saying, look, we're doing everything differently. And say, you can't make peace with Russia. Well, if you can make peace with Germany, you certainly can make peace with Russia. What Putin has done has failed. What America is doing is taking advantage of that failure and realizing that the post-Cold War, the post-war relationships that led to the Cold War are no longer relevant. It's not what this is not what he wants. It's what he must do.
Well, I mean, speaking of the post-Cold War world and that era, some people are saying that the American century is over. Now, of course, that sort of depends on how you define the American century. Perhaps another way of putting it is what the British ambassador or former ambassador to the US said last week, which was the era of Pax Americana is over. Do you agree? Is the American century over?
They have been saying that since Vietnam.
Yeah, so America, on a relative basis, is getting stronger and has been getting stronger with regard to its geostrategic rivals over the past 15, 20 years. All right, some funny moments in this new TV series, Running Point. Comedy, right? It's light. It's not highbrow.
Huge meeting. Did you sleep here? And why are your underwear so small?
They're European cut.
Can you tell me what's going on before I throw up?
Batoon kicked me out.
Did she leave you for a trainer? I get that. I get it.
What? No, I'm as hot as Reginald. We're both nines.
Okay, you have to.
Okay, these are the two brothers. So Jenny Buss runs the Los Angeles Lakers, and her brothers have had to take a backseat.
Put some pants on. Right. So what happened?
I don't know. We were out at dinner, and she started pitching me one of her businesses, Thongs for Moms. She said it's an underserved market.
So a lot of upper middle class men that I know fund their wives' businesses because overall it's a good investment, not in business terms, but in the marriage, happy wife, happy life. So you fund your wife's schemes that don't make money, but they make her happy.
But I finance so many of her ideas, and none of them make money. Anyway.
Right, this is really common with a lot of upper middle class men that I know. Like a lot of wives in my social milieu are jewelry designers, or they operate a coffee house or a yoga studio, and none of these ventures make money, but it's a way of buying shalom bayit, peace in the home.
I step away to take a call, and then I come back to the table, and the busboy says, your wife has left, and you are no longer welcome at home. So clearly I'm going to have to crash with you.
No, you...
Okay, and normally I'm not into the gay stuff, but the gay brother, to get over a relationship, he gets back on Grindr. His Grindr date comes over and immediately wants to get into the shower. And I'm like, oh, no, not more gay stuff. And they're embracing in the shower. And the Grindr date says, oh, just a second, I have to get a condom. It's like, oh, no, why do I have to watch this? But he gets out of the shower, like puts a stick in the shower handle so that the brother can't get out. And then he goes ransacks the home. Okay, which was pretty funny.
No shit. Come in.
All right, this
I
is
know
the
you're
Filipino
mad at us
wife.
for not investing in your new business, but if you take him back, I will personally give you seed money for your MILF undies.
It is Mom Tonks by B.
Sorry.
But I didn't kick him out for that.
Is it your trainer?
No, it's not Reginald. Ness and I were at dinner, and he got a call from you. I've asked him to turn his phone off during meals, but he never does. He spends more time texting you and Isla than he does talking to his own wife.
Well, it is a family business.
I am.
Okay. Maybe you have to be there. So, wait, let's go to episode 5. Episode 5, Bashert. So, there's a conversation that the Jenny Buss character needs to convert to Judaism. Right, Bashert is the idea that God selects our soulmate. There's
there she is.
There's a Mexican character because the father, who's based on Dr. Buss, who's incredibly sexually promiscuous, and he made a baby with the housekeeper, and so the three Busses, the three siblings, right? They get a Mexican sibling, half sibling.
What's up?
Oh, just missing my babysitter.
So this is the Jenny Buss character meeting with her brothers, one of whom, who was running the team, had to go to rehab for a crack addiction.
I told my parole officer he better let me squeeze in a visit.
Yeah, we got you one of those little green coffees you like.
Matcha? What the fuck is this? Why are you guys being so weird?
Isla, You can tell us. Will Ev not marry you if you don't convert?
What?
Look, we understand the pressure.
So I notice a lot of Asian women, right, hooking up with white guys, in particular Jewish guys. So in my special quiet floor at UCLA, right, there were 3 white guys, 3 Jewish guys, if you include me on my path to Judaism, who developed Asian girlfriends. And then the Asian women often see the benefits to family stability and family cohesion if they convert to Judaism. And often the female Asian spouses end up taking Judaism much more seriously than the Jewish guy. And so there's an old joke about when a Jewish boy goes off to college and his father tells him, don't get with a shiksa, don't marry a shiksa. And the Jewish boy goes off to college, falls in love with a shiksa, and then she wants to convert before they get married, and she ends up becoming Sabbath observant and keeping kosher, and that leads the secular Jewish guy to become religious as well, to keep up with his spouse. And when he breaks the news to his father, father thunders, "I told you not to marry a shiksa."
No, you're no spring chicken. I think it might be your last resort.
Hey, don't point at my ovaries.
So I'm thinking about this really smart, brilliant guy I knew who was earning over $1 million a year. And he was just refreshingly honest. And he had an attractive, highly intelligent wife with an elite education. And he just once, they were in their early to mid-40s. And he said once, just as a straight remark, like, how's she going to do any better than me? Which was true. She was attractive, she was smart, but she was in her mid-40s. She was not going to do better than him.
Okay, Lev's not making me do this.
Okay, good. Then you can get out of it. Boom, we're done.
No, not boom, done. I want this. Wait, are you bothered I'm becoming Jewish?
Whoa,
no,
what?
whoa.
No.
Stoked about it.
I mean, it's a little weird that a grown-ass woman's just up and changing her religion. Like, what are you, Cat Stevens?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you guys were so attached to our
So there turns out to be a codicil in the will by their father that if any of them convert to another religion, that they will automatically be disinherited, right, including Mormon, Islam, and Judaism.
This pigs.
I'm not. Well, Malala married my ex-wife and me.
I don't know who that is, but what Bonnie has overcome is nothing short of a miracle. Single, working mom, husband with some BTK killer, and she
be doing? Absolutely fucking not.
So the lead character, the Jenny Buss character, she has this no-nonsense Korean-American assistant who's speaking right now.
Hear me out. This is an opportunity for you to mentor.
Right, so the Jenny Buss character insists that she take on this white trash woman who's the mother of a key player as an assistant.
Strong woman from a protected class.
Being the mother of a terrible rapper is not a protected class.
Come on, she's a nice old lady. I thought...
I love a protected class. I love how that gets invoked.
Asian people respected their elders.
Yeah, our elders. Old white women are not my problem.
Well, it's happening. I'm sorry.
All right, this is pretty realistic dialogue. Remember, Steve Saylor has this idea for a sitcom where white guy marries a Korean woman and the Korean mother moves in with them. And the white guy is quite idealistic and liberal, but let's just say that the Korean mother is very realist. And that is a pretty good sitcom.
And I'm...
All right, this is the discovered Mexican sibling who, once he joins essentially the Buss family, he starts getting laid like crazy, and he, of course, gets chlamydia, and he ends up transmitting chlamydia to the daughter of the chairman of the board of the Lakers, who's Latino.
Also a shithead, and I will go to church every week. They?
Listen to me. You're a Gordon now, but you're not the same as them. You can't act like they do. They can afford to make mistakes. People like us are held to a higher standard.
You're so right, Mr. Ramirez, and you've given me a lot to think about.
No, not so fast, punk. You ever see my daughter again? I will kill you. And I'm a very rich man. I will get away with it.
I remember once this pornographer said that for less than the price of a plane ticket to Brazil, right, I can hire someone to kill you. Now, just the cinematography is just gorgeous in this series. Right, so many great shots of Los Angeles. Right, it's just beautiful to look at. Oh, come on, man. Bloody hell. Right, I'll get the right timestamp, believe me. Right, George Friedman.
It's wishful thinking. The United States is by far the strongest military power. It is by far the strongest economic power. China made a good try, but didn't quite get there. So the idea that the United States, Pax Americana, is over means that no one wants access to the American market, no one wants American investment, no one wants an alliance. The reason we know the American era is not over is the Europeans are panicking over the fact that the United States is not there. So, in fact, what they're saying is the old world order is ending, a new one is emerging, and therefore anything can be said about what it's doing. The United States is organizing it, and this summit is a very important summit between not just the U.S. and Russia, but Saudi Arabia. The three great powers, the great power of the Middle East, the great power Russia, the great power America, are sitting down the same table and discussing the world. So this is a very different world.
And I want to come on to Saudi Arabia in a moment because there's a really interesting question that you've been writing about as well. Just sticking with America for the moment, I suppose the question that people are asking as well is the idea of American leadership over as well as the leader of the Western world and the kind of unilateral post-Cold War world, or is leadership just going to change the way it looks?
We don't want to be leaders of the world. It costs too much. It puts too responsibility. We had to be leaders of the world because the rest of the world was in shambles. Now the Europeans can lead the world. They can build an army. They can build an economy. They might even build a nation, European nation. But they can't lead. The point is the United States is leading. It is leading it in a direction that shocks everybody. But the world has to be shocked by the most important event that happened. The Russians failed in this war. Russia is not what it is. Now China has to reconsider its relations. One of the most important things to look at is that Xi made a speech last week saying that it is the private sector that must drive China, essentially abandoning communism. Now that represents panic on the part of China. Russia is an enemy of China historically. It's now caught between Russia and the United States. So everybody is now trying to figure out what the United States is doing. That is not the end of leadership. Otherwise, they wouldn't be wondering.
And let's come on to China in a minute as well, because that is of course very interesting. I mean, let's drill down into Ukraine and what's going on there. I think everyone listening probably knows the story on the ground there. The front lines are broadly stalemated, although moving slowly westward.
Okay, let's have a look at the chat on X. Kip weighs in. Vladimir Zelensky's name was included in the Panama Papers. The Panama Papers were all about how the rich hide their money from taxes. Kip says, Matt Taibbi, Walter Kern have a good show on Monday. Scott Adams has a good daily show. Dave Green is a must-listen podcast every 2 weeks. Whatever happened to Ann Coulter? She's still around. I admire Steve Bannon. I admire Andrew Breitbart. And I admire Trump's bravado. Feel like the Conservative Party that existed before Trump is now extinct. It's not extinct. It's just resting. Republicans are, for the most part, rational ex-Democrats who left the crazy farm.
It wouldn't be one.
Oh, come on. Whoops. Says Trimp. Why are consumer goods priced at $19.99 instead of $20 if people did not evolve to be gullible? Right. That's a good question. And it's not my thesis that people did not evolve to be gullible. That's with regard to important matters. So whether or not something's priced at $19.99 versus $20 is not particularly important. Steve Bannon said the UK politicians only spent $25 million to sell Brexit to the 65 million people in UK. That's good bang for the buck. Now, I have no idea if Steve Bannon was telling the truth there. That's the challenging thing with Steve Bannon. Right, has some interesting things to say. But let's bring Kip back to the show. Kip, what's going on, man?
Everybody has problems, even you, but you have nice oceans. Don't feel now, but you will feel it one day in the future, Luke.
Don't tell me how I'm going to feel, man.
Yeah. See, we have that telepathy. That's why I love you, Luke. That's what no homo.
No, bro.
Now, speaking of, on one hand, I love you, but every once in a while, I'll look up your name on the little search to see if your show is going, and the Steve Croft interview will be there. I hate that version of Luke Frower. I hate that sexy motherfucker. I hate him.
Why? Why, bro? Why the hate?
Well, it's because that's the part of you that makes the whole thing not add up. That dude that did that interview with Steve Croft shouldn't be without a gal at 58 years old. That's why we know when you say, trust me, I'm fucked up, we know there must be something there. You get what I'm saying? Because that dude had the ability to land some gals, you know. I'm sure Claire and Curious Gazelle, they get a little wet down under whenever they see that little interview, and then they see the version now, and they go, well, why didn't he land him a gal then? Why'd he wait till now to put the lures out there and try to drag one in? I think you're just kidding about wanting to have a woman. I think you're already destined to be single like me. You're just not willing to change enough. What do you think?
Yeah, you're making a good point that you can't trust what people say. So I may talk about wanting to be married with kids, but many of my decisions do not seem to be aligned with my stated goal. So you can't take overly seriously the things that people say about themselves.
Yeah. You were talking about, I don't know, Jews and Asians or whatever. And I was wondering, well, how the hell did I back into an Asian, you know, a Korean? And I just remembered I was working at a mortgage company, and the mortgage company said, hey, instead of you working at this mortgage company, we'd rather you run our bank. And I said, well, come on down here to Tennessee and let's talk about it. And he said, well, can you find me a date? I'm going to be there for a couple of days. Anyway, you can find me a date. This is a New York City Jew. And I was thinking, I don't know, man, you being a New York City Jew, I'll do the best I can. And then one of my loan officers says, I know the Asian she's wild and she's fun. And she's got the biggest knockers of any Asian I've ever seen. And I said, we need to meet that gal. We need to meet her and see if Andrew can find a friend. You know, maybe they'll have a good time, make his days pass by a little bit faster. And that New York City Jew struck out with her. She just wasn't having none of him. He was just, she was from Chickamauga, Georgia, and he was just too much different than the guys she was used to or whatever. But I wasn't, Luke. So I don't know. I sort of.
Yeah, a lot of guys like you and me, we appreciate that Asian women tend to have more of an openness to the nerdy white guy that a lot of white women turn their noses up. And so Asian women are often willing to make the bet that the nerdy white guy, one, won't beat them, two, will be good husband material.
You're right. You know, why do I didn't go to school around any gypsies. I didn't go, I wasn't around them. Why do I get such a visceral feeling anytime I'm watching a YouTube video and Roma people, what is it? There's got to be some redeeming quality in one of them, right? I was hoping you could give me a good gypsy story about how you were stuck on the side of the road and a gypsy pulled over and helped you out. Give me something that makes me feel like they're just not all bad, because I want to write off the whole people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, most important, we all inherently, left, right, center, we all inherently have strong tendencies to want to write off entire peoples, because it's just too cognitively demanding to be fully open to the humanity of everybody, and to recognize that they have evolved and survived for reasons that they've adapted to reality and to a particular environment. And so I'm thinking about left-wing people I've known who would still just write off, enormous swaths of humanity, like anyone who lives in Bakersfield is trash, or anyone who lives in Chico is trash, or anyone who lives here or there is just trash. This is someone with a Harvard education. It's just an inherent part of humanity to desire to want to write off the humanity of vast parts of the world, because it just reduces cognitive load. You just don't have to then take those people into consideration. So I don't know a lot of stories about gypsies redeeming characteristics, but I'm sure they're out there. But I think the most important thing is to recognize that there is overwhelmingly a strong human need to deny the humanity of vast swaths of people. It's just how we're wired.
Yeah, one of my character defects is I can't really, my mind can't really let go and go into a lot of TV shows, especially if they're like science fiction. So because of that, I end up watching real life, body cam videos or, just stuff like that. Air traffic controllers where the pilots are fighting for their lives. I don't know. I get more enthusiasm out of something like that. So,
I love 60 Minutes from Disaster, or when I quit porn, these kind of the first 48 hours after a murder. That was a great substitute because they're exciting, but you don't feel dirty afterwards, or at least I don't. So watching true crime and these kind of disaster flicks, it's a great way to get your yayas out and get some dopamine hits without then hating yourself afterwards.
Yes, I did notice with my mom, though, that the more of that she watched, the more she thought that there was a wanted person just living right next door underneath our nose. You know what I mean? You get to thinking that they're everywhere. Truth be known, when little 40 was bouncing around on his kangaroo in the 1970s, that's when the kid touchers were everywhere. You get what I'm saying? That's where everybody was inviting you in to go hang out with the Boy Scout troop leader or come go camping with us or whatever, because I don't think people were hip to that. So I think that was more pervasive then. Because
Maybe, but I've got a follow-up story about that. So my parents were not overly involved in my life. So from the age of 6.5 onward, I would spend most of my time away from home. I didn't go to school till age 8, till second grade. So from 6.5 to 8.5, I would spend my days just wandering through the bush outside my home on my own. There were like deadly snakes around, and I was just carrying a tomahawk, and I was like cutting down trees and just on my own much of the time. But my parents were not helicopter parents by any means, but they did have one thing. When I took up marathon running at age 12, they did not like me staying at the home of a faculty member who was not married, a bachelor. They would tend to say no, and I thought that was ridiculous because until I was 27, I'd never had anyone a teacher, crack on me, make a hit on me. So I thought it was ridiculous, but it was a precaution that they took. And so instead, this faculty member would pick me up at 3:30 a.m., 4 a.m., and then we'd drive 2 hours to the San Francisco Marathon or related. And if we were driving away for a weekend, it would always have to be other people around. So it was one precaution that my parents took, and I don't think it was necessary. The guy ended up, getting married, but it was interesting. That was a precaution that my parents took. Any precautions that your parents took to make sure that blokes didn't fiddle with you?
No. My mom dressed me up very sexily. No. I was just thinking as you were talking there, I was thinking about the stark contrast from let's say Desmond and my father's generation to where they were like almost chattel property, definitely to be seen and not heard from. And then you and me, both sort of latchkey kids, and then, but by the time I'm in my 30s having my kids, I look around and all my peers are treating their kids like BFFs and giving them all this guilt money and all this kind of stuff. So, boy, things change so fast. You think?
But do you see the good things about when the child becomes an adult, that you change your parenting relationship primarily to friend-friend? So I think that is usually a good thing. And it's a positive development in Western civilization that increasingly parents are friends with their adult children. So in general, I think it's a good thing when parents are able to become friends with their adult children. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you're right. But there's got to be a happy medium because, free range kids probably aren't the answer. But this thing that I was seeing with my peer group, with their kids, many of them were structuring their lives so much.
Oh, yeah, that's so weird to me. Like, I would never want my parents at any school event. Right. Any of my, I wanted them away from me.
Well, but they'd say like, okay, at 12 o'clock, you'll be finger painting, and at 2:30, doing this. And then, what you would find is my kids had the creativity to go like make up games and devise things. Whereas a lot of times I would see with my peer group, their kids were waiting for their next structured session. The whole creative thing, we gotta spend times ourselves. You and I took that for granted. That's why we were never really alone. You know what I mean? Because we had a million things devised for the next time we were alone. But that went away.
How would you rate your parents on a 1 to 10?
I would rate them as they were products of their time. So one thing you and I can probably agree on is sticking me in a black school just because that's where we were geographically zoned, especially when they were broken up and he lived in a different area that, I was too young to know, but he was living in a white area and mom was living in a black area. You get what I'm saying? So, that's one thing where they should have known better because I don't think they really understood the power of the environment. They didn't know what they were turning me into. I don't know. They didn't do it.
Were you jealous? Were you jealous of other kids' parents? I was often jealous of other homes. They just seem so much happier than mine.
Yeah, I've noticed this. I was able to get inside. Kids don't do this anymore, but I know when I went through both my dad's old neighborhood and my mom's old neighborhood driving around, I knew the inside of most of those houses. You get what I'm saying? Because back then everybody had kids and we were all like getting lemonade at one house or getting a peanut butter and jelly sandwich at another house. And and the mamas were at home for the most part. My mom wasn't. But for the most
my
part,
question was, were you jealous of other homes?
That's what I'm thinking of. Some of them definitely had more, but I don't think you realize maybe how poor you are until you get in the wider community, because everybody in that neighborhood, there's going to be a continuum, but it's still going to be on one end of the spectrum. In my case, dad would have probably been full-fledged middle class, and mom's neighborhood would have been lower middle class because all the old people had started to move out of the houses and they were being replaced by joggers instead of people of the same color.
How often would your parents hit you?
Oh, I don't know. One thing I was going to tell you is, when I screwed up, the thing my mom did that I hated is she would, if I screwed up, she would send me over to the woods to like make the switch, to cut it up and tear all that she was going to whip my ass with. She would make me, and then I don't know, like every smart ass little kid, I remember one day thinking, fuck that bitch. I'm just not coming home. So I just stayed in the thicket for a while.
Did your parents ever hit you? One of the things I loved about moving to California at age 11 was that the teachers didn't hit you.
My mom, and I have found this out as I got older, my mom had a mom that would beat the tar out of her. So
wait, Kip, my question was, did your teachers hit you?
My teacher, I had one in fourth grade that did. She couldn't understand that although I was in this like mostly black school, that she would show the problem was shown up on the board. And by the time I was walking to the board, I would know the answer and I would just put the answer down. And she, if she said it once, she said it 1,000 times. Show your work. and she threw a eraser from across the room. And that bitch was only like 4'9", but I could have killed her. She would have just been a little black stain.
Okay, so she hit you with an eraser?
Yeah, from across the room, and everybody
Okay,
laughed.
but did any of your teachers spank you or hit you with a ruler?
That was the principal's job in my time.
Okay, did the principal hit you and spank you with a ruler?
A couple of times.
When did that end? What age? What grade?
Oh, I think that's more of a middle school thing. Or if it happened beyond that, I must not have been screwing up that bad. But no, what I thought was going to be interesting is I had told you that the stepmom flipped out on me, and she got sent to the psychiatric hospital for months. But what I didn't tell you is what I had done. What cool little Kip thing had I done that flipped her, sent her right over the edge? Wouldn't that be interesting? Do you think?
What did you do, Kip?
It was a breakfast table. Now, keep in mind, we were a family of 6, okay? I had a stepsister, and my dad had 2 kids with this step monster. So, the theme was always the same. She made 10 delicious homemade biscuits. We would sit down. I would grab 2 biscuits. Dad would grab 2 biscuits. And all the girls would grab 1 biscuit. And then maybe somebody would grab like a 9th biscuit. But there was always at least 1 biscuit, sometimes 2. Well, one morning I saw she made a fat portion of gravy. And instead of grabbing 2 biscuits, I grabbed 3 biscuits right from the get-go, Luke Ford. That's all it took. Can I get an amen?
Amen. I remember my dad's secretary stayed with me when my parents were gone when I was about 16. And I was usually a pretty easy kid to live with, but I did something horrible this time. The woman was cleaning the toilet before my parents returned home, and I went to the fountain, the where you wash your hands, and I set off a firecracker. And it's like in a very small enclosed space, so it was incredibly loud. It about frightened her to death, and she got very angry, said she would never stay with me again. So that was one of the worst things that I ever did.
And not once did anybody catch on to these cues. To me, you were like that dude with the cards in front of a airplane as it's coming up to park. You know, they got the go left, go right. They got the little cards. You're putting out all these smoke signals, lighting all these fires, doing all these little things, craving attention. And everybody's like, just put that motherfucker in the corner. He'll learn. You know, put him in the corner and don't pay attention to him. It's like they kept giving you the exact opposite thing you were looking for. Is that me or is that you? What was the truth there?
I'm not sure. I remember when I moved to California, one of the things that jumped out at me was how psychologically sophisticated people were compared to Australia. So when I was growing up in the community I grew up in, nobody was divorced, and among my friends, and nobody's mother worked full time. And I came to California, and there was one girl in my class whose mother was divorced, and that was a big scandal. But people were so much more psychologically sophisticated because they all started immediately describing me as insecure, which was highly accurate. And nobody used that language in the Australia that I grew up in.
Right. Is goy a synonym for rube?
At times. So it depends on the context. So like use your Yiddisher cup versus your Goyisher cup. The Goyisher there would be less intelligent. Goy literally means nation. So Jews are described as a Goy Kadosh, a holy nation. But it usually means a non-Jew.
Yeah, I just I don't know. Just through my own life. There's things about your people maybe I don't appreciate through history. But man, there's things about me where I exhibit the same things. You know what I mean? Where it's like, okay, are they taking advantage of someone? Are the people just there to be taken advantage of? And that's what makes the world go round. You see this quandary that comes up, Luke?
Well, my experience is other people will take advantage of you to the extent that you enable that. So, for example, I got taken for over $10,000 in acting and modeling scams because I was essentially willing to part with hundreds and even thousands of dollars if other people would enable my visions of myself as an actor and a model. Also, in my conversion process, but often throughout my life, I have given off the vibe of a beaten dog, a stray dog. And so if you give off the vibe of a beaten dog, it encourages other people to beat you. And so I put out a vibe that I was frightened. And when you put out that vibe, people will take advantage of you and they will bully you. And so that consistently happened until I developed a fairly large blog following. And then because I would fight back hard when people would bully me in real life, people learned to stop bullying me. But then my therapist said, have you ever considered that you might not heal till you put down your gun? So I was using my blog as a gun to protect myself. But my life history is that other people take advantage of me overwhelmingly to the extent that I enable and encourage that. And when I'm able to develop more self-respect, then I create fewer and fewer opportunities for other people to take advantage of me. But I'll go to a party, for example. I would go to a party and I would find the girl who would be the least effort to get into bed, who was also compatible with me. So I've never dated any woman who did not enjoy reading books. So I'd go to a party and I'd find the girl who enjoyed reading books and she would not require much effort to get into bed. And somehow I just hone in on that. And so most of the women I've gone to bed with, they had fathers who were sex addicts or something like that. And so I would evoke in them some familiar early childhood pain, and they would evoke in me some, something in my erotic template, which gets formed ages 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so we would initially attract and we'd initially soothe each other's pain, and we would each have a fantasy of converting someone who is erotically appealing and then fixing them so that we can then heal the wounds from our childhood. And that didn't tend to work out in the long run. But yeah, I think we overwhelmingly create the conditions for other people to take advantage of us.
Yeah, I don't know, because I know you had told that before, where they'd sell you on the idea of you being, you being the next whatever, Tom Cruise or whatever. And it's like, on one hand, they're a shark, and because they see your dream and they just like, aha, this is a vehicle I could use to extract from this guy. But at the same thing, now we're running into the whole Anthony Robbins or whatever. Maybe that's the hope that keeps you coping, and not slitting your wrist or whatever. So you and I run that fine line where you give an Anthony Robbins or a sucker, let's say somebody that's taking advantage of somebody and treating them as if they're a sucker. You give them the benefit of the doubt because maybe they're giving them hope, where I probably rest on the other side of that.
Well, I primarily seek explanations. I'm much more interested in understanding reality than morally judging it. And you're much more likely to render strong moral judgments. So many people in my peer group are into Anthony Robbins and other people who I think have a large amount of the huckster in them. And so I recognize that for some people, some of the time, Anthony Robbins does more good than harm. And then for other people, he does more harm than good. I wouldn't say definitively one way or another. I couldn't add it up whether Anthony Robbins overall does more good than harm or harm than good. I am skeptical of people who invest in Anthony Robbins and the equivalent.
Yeah. Now to talk about a little bit of irony, this Doge thing is basically represents the deconstruction of all the, what would you call?
The administrative state.
Government overreach. Yeah. You know what I mean? Too much. It's too much. But strangely enough, Doge also is the same sort of, what you want to call it, an acid, or the same sort of corrosive dynamics that you would see in black studies, fat studies, gay studies, feminist studies. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Trump is the first president to turn postmodernism on the left. Postmodernism essentially. Yeah, go ahead.
And that's why I tell you we're living among the shattering. If you want to boil it down, I think that corrosive, that acid is now so much in the human psyche that it can't happen any other way. And it's just gonna revamp everything in ways that you and I, we can't even dream of.
Okay, I had a quick thought from one historian. He says we're always living in a liminal space. So liminal means border. So we're always living between the end of one era and the beginning of a new era. And so throughout European history, in particular over the past 1,000 years, you can always say, no matter the year 1472 or 1839, it's always a liminal space, and the middle class is always rising. That was one historian's analysis, which I found amusing.
Steve Buscemi acted in a show in a little short movie, maybe 45 minutes, called Borders, Borders, from the work of Robert Anton Wilson. Maybe later on, some of you and some of the people in the chat should check that out. But also, I was going to say that irony where Doge is running through the left like a hot knife through butter is also the same sort of irony I felt. Whereas when the universities like UCLA over there near you and up in the Ivy League, they had turned on the Jews. They had been shown this oppressor-oppressed narrative. And the Jews, not the Palestinians, fit the description. Now, I'm not even going to make a comment on that. I'm just saying that's what they did. That's what the students did. And that irony that was not a device unleashed by the right. The right did not put that in their head. That was the left that put that in their head, and it looked like a Frankenstein. You get what I'm saying? It turned into a Frankenstein on them in the same way that Doge is. Any comment on either one of those?
Well, I recognized, and it was incredibly sobering, that all in-group identity requires a sense of victimhood. So you have an identity as a white man, and let's say your white man identity is 8 out of 10. You similarly must have a victimhood identity approximately 8 out of 10. And if your Jewish identity, for example, is 10 out of 10, you will have a Jewish victimhood identity that is approximately 10 out of 10. You cannot have any in-group identity without an accompanying sense of victimhood. So all nationalism also depends on a victimhood narrative about how your nation, your people have been screwed over by other people. And so nationalism rises with contempt and hatred for other people, right? Your in-group identity gets stronger as your negative feelings about other people get stronger. Now, it is possible for the exceptional individual to have a strong in-group identity and to recognize the inherent victimhood bias that comes with it and to perhaps at times transcend it. But overwhelmingly, in-group identity, victimhood identity march hand in hand. You can't have one without the other. And so it's not necessarily clear that it's inherently good or bad, right? Sometimes strong victimhood identity and a strong in-group identity is going to serve you. Sometimes it's not going to serve you. So let's say you live in Los Angeles or New York City, right? A strong white identity is not going to usually serve you because it will bring you into too much conflict with out-groups. But in a different situation, a stronger in-group identity will serve you. So do you recognize the reality, or do you dispute the reality that victimhood identity inherently goes hand in hand with in-group identity, whether that in-group identity is gay, is white man, is Jewish, is Catholic, is Muslim, whatever your in-group identity, you will have an accompanying sense of victimhood.
Yeah, kind of like you got a Holocaust memorial or museum somewhere in your town there, don't you?
Yeah, you do.
But that's close to Luke's heart.
Right, Orthodox Jews are going to have a stronger sense of victimhood than non-Orthodox Jews. Identifying Jews are going to have a stronger sense of victimhood than Jews who don't identify as Jewish. Right. A Roman Catholic who goes to Mass every single day is going to have a much stronger victimhood narrative than one who only goes once a week.
I bet you know we're on that Holocaust memorial or museum, whatever the hell it is. nowhere it probably doesn't highlight the fact that in 39, we've talked about it before, that SS St. Louis sailed all the way down the Atlantic. Nobody wanted those Jews. Hitler in 39, 40, 41 implored England, France, America, please come take these Jews. Please come take these Jews. Nobody wanted them. Do they include that when they're in that museum? Do they include all that?
Well, do you think they'd get funding for making that point? There's no hustle that's available with that. It's just like you get funding when you validate people's pre-existing ideas. And so you get funding when you say the Cossacks are coming, that Jews are under a threat, that we have a rising tide of anti-Semitism, and we need to fight this. That's a fantastic way to get funding. A more nuanced perspective is not going to get funding, and it's not going to give you power, right? Mm-hmm. No race hustler is going to make money or gain power with a nuanced perspective. But there is a lot of power and a lot of influence and a lot of money to be made and a lot of sexual access to be gained by providing narratives about how your in-group has been victimized.
Right. You hit an excellent word there, Luke. Hustle. One of the things I wanted to somehow impart to your people in all of our talks was that 86% of everything they take in between their ears is bullshit. But it's not necessarily bullshit. You hit a better description. It's a hustle. 86% of life is a hustle. And that's when you got to use your gray matter to decipher it. So wouldn't you say hustle is a much better word than the word bullshit that I had been previously using to try to convey that thought?
Yeah, or we're not always given an advantage by holding accurate views, all right? There are all sorts of advantages believing things that are not true because they make you stronger. And usually for most people, they will have a happier, more successful life if they have a stronger in-group identity and with that a stronger sense of victimization because that gives you more esprit de corps. It binds you to your in-group. You're going to have more cooperation and cohesion with your in-group, right? You're going to share a victimhood narrative with other people in your in-group. You're going to have an easier time doing business or just socializing when you share a victimhood narrative. Like if I were to go to a Jewish home on Shabbat and I talked about the threat of anti-Gentilism, right, that is not a recipe for winning friends and influencing people. But if I was to get on board with the victimhood narrative, all right, that's going to be received much more positively.
You're right. I was thinking about panhandlers last night, and Netanyahu or Zelensky, you can tell me who you got, one or two, as far as the world's greatest panhandler. And would we say, is there anybody else we can put in that bucket of like supra panhandlers?
Well, the Israel lobby is the most successful panhandler lobby for foreign power. Just overwhelmingly,
They actually put, Zelensky, as far as one event, it's been pretty impressive. But I kind of see him more as like a puppet who's probably getting some fringe benefits. He's not putting on the production in the way that Netanyahu or AIPAC is. He's just the person that they're putting on the production for, right? No.
Well, for a normie, it's hard not to feel sympathy if you just watch the news and you see Ukraine getting invaded by Russia. It's hard for a normal person not to feel sympathy for Ukraine and sympathy for helping Ukraine.
And we saw that image. I can't get that image out of my mind of Kamala and Nancy Pelosi jiggling that flag behind Zelensky as he's standing at the podium. They were just like sullying themselves like that. And it was that and the wearing of the lapels and the bending over with the little kindi cloths the way they did. That's just the lowest form, Luke. That's just the lowest form of I don't know.
Well, I think we have to admit that the language used for supporting Ukraine is much more beautiful sounding than the language used for not supporting Ukraine. So the liberal internationalists and the globalists, they have more beautiful language to deploy, right? It just sounds so good that you can understand the emotional appeal of we need to protect democracy. We need to stand up for this innocent country that's being plundered by Vladimir Putin. So sometimes one side is going to have much more beautiful language at its disposal than the side that may have a more America First agenda.
What really hurts me, Luke, though, on the inside, is that at the end of the day, it's 1 million dead white people, probably 1 million lame, 1 million dead and 1 million lame white people. And America, through inflation or whatever, we're going to end up paying for it. And it'll be the multinationals, one way or the other. No matter how the dust settles, it'll be multinational companies carving it up. And that's the thing. I don't know how much of Steve Bannon's talk with Dylan that you listened to the other day.
All of it.
You can tell that's the thing that irks Bannon too, is that at least when you're in Rome, you got something out of the deal as a Roman citizen. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. If they're going to be doing all this shit in our name and devaluing our currency and making it to where our young people can't really see the future because of the economics of it all, it hurts us because they're getting nothing. Everything's been done in their name. All this blowback eventually comes back to us in the form of bad events. And we don't get anything for the deal. The only thing I can see that we get for the deal is cheaper gas than the Europeans. Can you think of anything else? We don't even get free insurance.
Bro, the world is more than just physical. Bro, man does not live on bread alone. You get to feel righteous. And that's important, right? Why do poor widows give money to hucksters like Benny Hinn and all sorts of other Christian hucksters? Because they get hope, they get an in-group, they get a sense of righteousness, and the way the world works is people will pay for these feelings. These feelings make people happy. They make people feel stronger. They make people feel connected. So you spend money and you get feelings. It's not a ridiculous transaction. A lot of my atheist friends just loathe religion. But from a completely secular atheist perspective, the main thing that religion does for you is it provides comfort. And the feeling that we're helping Ukraine or any other quote-unquote beleaguered, victimized power, it gives a feeling of righteousness and purpose and meaning. And people will pay for that. People will support religious causes that give them comfort. People support social and cultural and political causes that give them comfort. So people get bang for their buck when they donate to these righteous causes.
Well, if some of your accolades that are listening today, I wish they would put in the chat what they think would be a fair deal. We as Americans, we get the blowback, we get the 9/11 attacks, we get all that horse shit. Like a Roman citizen, what would be a fair deal? What should we get in the deal? And I'm going to move on. I appreciate your time today, Luke.
Okay, so yeah. Let me just answer that. Thanks, Kip. So, what should America get? America should get what's in America's best interests. So, whatever serves America, and Ukraine is not vital to American interests. And so, what's in America's vital interest is repairing our relationship with Russia so that we're not at odds with Russia unnecessarily, right? You don't want to have unnecessary conflicts with the great powers, right? Here's George Friedman.
The US and the West have been supplying Ukraine and now seem less interested in, at least the US is. How did we get to the point, George, where the US decided to pull the plug, so to speak, if that is what happens?
Well, wars end in victory, not negotiations, or in stalemate and not negotiations. But the U.S. realized this war was a stalemate. The Russians were not going to overrun Ukraine. Ukraine could not defeat. Only the Europeans thought that it was valuable because it helped the Europeans block the Russians. The Americans looked at the war and said, look, who are our allies? NATO is obsolete. There is no functioning in it. The Europeans are reverting to the pre-Cold War model of nation states competing against each other. China is a problem and must be isolated, but not so much of a problem. They asked the question, what is the fundamental issue between the United States and Russia? It was Europe. That question is settled by the fact they can't invade Europe if they can't take Ukraine. Now is the time not to deal about Ukraine per se. That was merely the example. To recognize that the balance of power in the world has shifted and reframe the world.
A lot of people listening will be thinking, and of course, as anybody who's been following this will have seen the last week or two, a lot of the reaction to what's going on between the US and Russia and the kind of comments from the administration about Ukraine have caused a significant amount of outrage in the US as well as other places. I guess.
So Steve Saylor has a new blog post on how gay were 1970s rock stars, and the conclusion is very few of them were gay. Then he finishes off this post. The evolutionary biologist John Maynard Smith coined the term kleptogamy. Kleptogamy. All right. So this is the alternative mating strategy, sometimes seen in the animal world, where you have less imposing masculine males, such as rock stars. Male rock stars don't tend to be physically imposing. Right. They're often not challenged by other males in traditional headbutting and contests of strength. Instead, they appeal to females without triggering the normal male instinct of who's a threat, who needs to be physically confronted. And so a more pungent term for this evolutionary strategy is sneaky fuckers, right? I very rarely swear, but the term sneaky fuckers was coined by evolutionary biologist John Maynard Smith to describe subordinate males who take advantage of the opportunity to mate with females while dominant males are otherwise occupied, leading to their reproductive success. So it was originally thought that in many species, such as deer and gorillas, only the dominant male, and dominant meant physically dominant male, would mate successfully. But through direct observation DNA analysis, often other males surreptitiously successfully mate when they can find the opportunity, when they can sneak their way in. I remember Ron Jeremy would often implore women, just let me put the tip in. Then once he worked the tip in, eventually he was well on his way to working or 12 or 10 inches in. So this successful mating strategy was also documented in the giant cuttlefish. Right, while larger males would compete in physical combat to win mates, smaller males would often adopt the color patterns of females to sneak past the competing males and successfully mate with females. I wonder if I have adopted this strategy. So someone said that my self-revelation and the pity that would evoke was my Trojan horse to get women into bed, God forbid. So this was shown beautifully in a Nova documentary, The Kings of Camouflage. So at the 24-minute mark. So I think that the category of sneaky fuckers is probably a pretty useful one. Oh, damn, it's not available for streaming. So you should read Charles Darwin's Origin of Species. So you can get it on Audible. He lays the foundation of the sexual selection theory. So what's important, why I say you should read Origin of Species, is it's just an excellent example of someone laying out a thesis and then constantly bringing up reasons that would invalidate his thesis. So I think it's a very responsible and admirable way of arguing. So in The Origin of Species, Charles Darwin talks about sexual selection. So some individuals are able to have higher reproductive success as a result of being able to outcompete others for mates. So the sneaky fucker theory flies in the face of the precepts of the sexual selection theory, sets up a scenario where successful mating is not necessarily limited by the ability to attract a mate. So you got red deer. According to John Maynard Smith, subordinate males take advantage of a mating opportunity while the dominant males are engaged in combat. I rarely swear on my live streams, and Dennis Prager rarely swears, but I remember he did a public discussion with Adam Carolla, and it was one of those rare instances where Dennis Prager used a profanity, something like full of shit. You almost never hear that. Right, there is a new Nova documentary that I want to show you some excerpts of. But let's get more from George Friedman.
The question I want to ask is, putting aside the realpolitik as you're really talking about here, George, at the moment, what are your thoughts on the sort of ethical question of dealing with this Russian administration? And I suppose earlier you talked about dealing with Germany and dealing with Japan after the war, but I suppose the point there might be they changed their administrations because they lost. People are wondering ethically, morally, is this wrong? What do you make of that?
Can Putin survive after this defeat? I mean, everybody is talking about the power of Russia. This proved the power of Russia and the lack of prudence by Putin. Now, if you want regime change in Russia, this is the moment. There are many people who don't like Putin. There was an attempted coup d'etat during the war against Putin. So this is not a leader who's in a firm position because he committed his country to a war he couldn't win. Lyndon Johnson did the same thing, and this did not end well for him, but the regime's stabilized, okay? But what are the Russians going to stabilize on? So we have to reconsider what Russia is. We are imagining Russia as it were in 1960, and somehow it is a superpower. Well, it couldn't take Ukraine, and that ends that. And so the problem is that people cannot understand change. They keep the pieces on the chessboard with the same power, the same thing. But in geopolitics, power changes. And there's been a massive shift in power due to Ukraine. And now the world has to ask the question, what is Europe? The Europeans have, the French declared a summit and a deployment of forces. Poland said, go to hell. So Europe, there is no Europe. That's a huge change in the world. The United States now wants a different role in the world. And the world will run differently. So it is not Trump disrupting the world. He came into the presidency with a disrupted world. And his trial tried to make sense of it. And his personality is not the most charming. So, but Roosevelt wasn't either. He was considered a sleazy, rich guy who was doing this as a hobby. American presidents are always loathed at all times. That is the foundation of American democracy, the division. So there's wording in America, which is essentially money talks and excrement walks, if I may put it that way.
Right.
The critical thing to understand is that when Russia invaded Ukraine and failed, the world changed.
All right. That's analysis you don't get many places. All right. John Podhoretz had his moments last night on Mark Halperin's stream.
From one of the books about Biden. Might be Woodward's or it might be Foer's book about Biden. That he had a conversation with Zelensky in the summer of 2022 in which he said, you could be a little more grateful to me for everything I'm doing for you. But it was a private conversation on the telephone. Zelensky, I would just say, to be fair to Zelensky, if you don't have to be, but this wasn't supposed to be the press conference. They were going to have a press conference at 4:00. Trump turned this moment, which is Mark knows I can't remember what the term is, where you bring the press in to take the photographs of the meeting. Then the press is supposed to leave. Classically, the press leaves, having taken the photograph of them in the chairs, and the press leaves, and then they have a private conversation. Trump, who is now doing everything differently from the way anybody has ever done it, kept the press in the room. And so the conversation then proceeded in public. Zelensky made a huge mistake not being anodyne and toothless in that conversation, but he wasn't prepared, clearly was not prepared for the fact that they were having a big public forum discussion. He hadn't been briefed for it.
Yep.
They were going to finish this. He was probably going to have an hour and a half of briefing for the press conference in the room that he went into when they ended the catastrophe. And so that was new. That's like something new. That doesn't happen. Like sometimes people ask two questions at that. What is it called? The spray? It's not a spray. What is it? Is it
pool spray photo op?
Pool spray. Okay. So there was a pool spray. It was supposed to be 5 minutes long and ended up being 57 minutes long, you know? And so he wasn't in the right frame of mind, obviously, clearly.
David, we're happy if any of the Burrell children show up, so don't worry about that.
Yeah, no, he's actually my 9-year-old.
It was not the other way around.
And before we move on from this topic, from Ukraine's perspective, do you think they'll come out of this with a semblance of their country still intact? Do you think they'll still have their independence?
I'll be ruthless. Ukraine is a sideshow that doesn't matter. It was a stage on which the ballet was played out. And now the next act, the stage, well, the Russians don't really care. They like it. We don't care. The Poles may care. But the great powers that are left, the United States is the superpower, truly this time. And Ecuador triggered the affair. And I suppose it will end with a division of Ukraine in some way. Some forces in Ukraine, will send British forces to monitor the borders and fight any Russian intrusions, take casualties. So the point is about Europe is they want to be in Ukraine, but not take casualties. Therefore, they're irrelevant. They render themselves irrelevant. And much of the rest of the world feels morally superior because they don't have to dirty their hands with the transition. And that's what's going on in the public, especially with the elite, who's committed to the post-war order, World War II order, to NATO, to the European Union, to all sorts of conceptions of how the world works.
So you should notice the more cognitive labor I'm putting in, the more layers of tension and compression you'll see in my face, right? The better you know someone, you can often tell what they're thinking by their attention patterns. So when I've got some bizarre or labored or tense, contorted, compressed look on my face, that's when I'm doing my thinking. You cannot think without increasing the tension in your face and in your body. That doesn't mean that you should never think, right? But usually the most adaptive way to go through life is to be in a state of awareness rather than in a state of judgment. And judgment requires thinking. So, yeah, just when you see, various tension patterns rippling through my face, the better you know me, right, the more you're probably getting clued off into what's going on in my head, because I can't think without tensing up.
To know if that's okay. And it seemed like Zelensky acknowledged that.
John, what do you have to say, or what do you know about that?
So a big talking point on the part of people who are trying essentially to separate America from Ukraine is that there is conscription, that people are being forced to fight, and that they're very young. And I don't know that much, but yes, there is a war. The country's at war, and there is universal conscription, and they are conscripting teenagers. And we conscripted teenagers in World War II, and conscript. What that? That's actually correct.
I think the generation that we're dealing with now. I just don't think that would be considered acceptable to
Vance, the dynamic between Vance and Zelensky, which is actually the dynamic that matters here. You're right. Trump decided to intervene and get angry when he thought that Vance was being disrespected, and when he didn't like, and this again was the problem of speaking in a language you aren't fluent in, when he said, you have this big ocean, the big ocean won't protect you. We'll see how you feel.
I think it was perceptive analysis that Zelensky is not used to being opposed, right? He's used to being worshipped. He's used to the veneration from Western leaders, and Trump's blunt realism and the even blunter realism from J.D. Vance, took Zelensky back, and he wasn't adapted to dealing with it because he's received so much adulation.
When your ocean doesn't protect you.
So there are four circumstances that we're always moving through in life, and we never graduate from any of them. So one circumstance that we're sometimes in is a state of helplessness, right? If my lower back were to go out on me right now, if I were to have a stroke or a heart attack, right? It's easy often to be reduced to a state of complete helplessness, and we never get to graduate from a state of complete, utter 100% helplessness. Perhaps it was Ernest Hemingway who said, every story is a tragedy if you tell it honestly and if you tell it to the end. So another state that we will often cycle through is a state of loneliness, right? We never get to graduate from the possibility of loneliness, from the possibility of feeling small and insignificant in a big world. Then another state where ideally we're spending most of our time is a sense of mastery. So most of the time I feel like I've mastered the situations before me. But what comes with spending time in mastery is that you inevitably tip over into grandiosity. And all the adulation and praise would go to the head of anyone, but it'll go to the head of some people more than others. And probably all the adulation that Zelensky has received, right, it's probably gone to his head. He's an actor. And people don't usually get into acting as their primary thing in life from a good, healthy place. right? Alexander Technique teachers don't usually come from a good, healthy place. People who teach the Alexander Technique usually come from a place of tremendous pain, and they embrace the Alexander Technique because it reduces their pain. And some people convert to a religion or to the Alexander Technique or to embracing some psychological theory as their primary prism through which they understand life because it helps reduce the pain. Similarly, particularly as a bloke, I think we'll often hear an idea and we'll embrace it, right? We may hear just one sentence and we'll embrace it, and it will forever change how we live our life, right? You make a good argument to a bloke and it will often lodge and go into operation from that point forward. For example, somewhere in the last 12 years, approximately 12 years ago, I heard the sentence, "You did the best you could with the tools that you had available at the time." And that, just that one sentence, that one idea, helped me to let go of regret and recrimination and a lot of self-loathing. I haven't 100% graduated from self-loathing. Sometimes I think about stupid, terrible, horrible things that I've done in the past, and I grimace. It like ripples through my body, and it's like, I hate it. I hate it. So I haven't 100% graduated, but it's been useful, right? I have adopted that cognitively, that I now look back on my past and recognize that I was doing the best I could at the time with the tools that I had at my disposal. And now I've got more tools so I can deal with similar situations where I screwed up in the past, and I can navigate them in a more adaptive fashion. Another insight that I stumbled into approximately 6-8 years ago is that the stronger your in-group identity, right, you will have a matching sense of victimhood that will march right along with your in-group identity.
That's an uncontroversial argument. In other words, what he was saying was Russia's a bigger threat than you think it is because they have intercontinental, like the ocean doesn't protect people the way it used to. And then Trump thought he was lecturing him and said, "Don't tell us how we're going to feel, right? Don't tell us how we're going to feel." But it was when Vance said what he said, and then Zelensky called him JD. He said something, JD. And then the minute that it happened, I was like, you know what? This is way too informal. Trump looks like he's an informal person, right? He'll talk to anybody. He'll say anything. He wants to be called Mr. Trump, right? He was on The Apprentice for 15 years being called Mr. Trump. Like that wasn't just a gimmick. I mean, it was a gimmick, but it was like part of his person. He keeps saying people call him Mr. Trump. They call him Mr. President. Zelensky called the Vice President of the United States JD. Now, he's senior to the Vice President. He's the head of state. Vance isn't the head of state. It was too informal. And when Vance...
Right. If you don't know me and you're hitting me up on X or via an email or a cold call, right, you should probably call me Mr. Ford, not Luke.
Immediately afterwards said, "You're being disrespectful." What he said was, "You're being disrespectful to Trump. You're being disrespectful." That's what he said. But Zelensky was being disrespectful to Vance by talking to him as though, by using his first name, which is an odd thing to do in a formal head of state
if it weren't on camera, it wouldn't be an odd thing.
Right. No. Fair enough. But right, that's what I'm saying. The whole thing was a catastrophe because
Okay, I like that analysis from John Podhoretz. Art Bell in the chat. Welcome. Financial Times. So this is my most expensive subscription. Cost me about $186 a year. How the Oscars went quiet on Trump, right? The big overall theme on this show is that Hollywood, big business, academia, drug cartels, right? They've all realized that there's a new sheriff in town, the new Trump administration. But it appears that not all of Europe and the European elites have realized this. So this is the Financial Times. How the Oscars, which is tonight, how the Oscars went quiet on Trump. Apolitical is the new look in Hollywood as rows mar this year's Academy Awards and studios shrink from dissent. So there's this expression that all publicity is good publicity, but that is not the attitude of business. Now, I like the movie The Apprentice about Donald Trump's 1970s when he got to know Roy Cohn right? I thought it was pretty fair, pretty accurate, but it's quite unflattering, and no major Hollywood studio wanted to distribute it. Right? And so why have the film's Oscar nominations been met with silence from the White House? Right? Trump has already said his piece, and the power people in the entertainment and movie distribution business just don't want to antagonize Donald Trump. Right? So Trump is largely staying quiet on this movie because it's not getting much play. And so here's the Financial Times. The anti-woke brigade will no doubt howl with laughter. To many conservatives, Hollywood has long been a byword for liberal cant. Some on the left wish for more vocal Hollywood opposition to Trump, but in the past, that has only pushed voters to the right. Yes, the more Black Lives Matter agitation you had, the more the American people shifted to the right. So sacred group identities such as gay or black, or best of all, gay, black, trans, all right, and Me Too have ended up as weapons turned back on Hollywood. So for the past decade, Hollywood has tried desperately to be a model for corporate diversity, but no longer. So in a climate where a federal employee risks their job by even observing that there is still just one film directed by a woman among the 10 Best Picture nominees. So Trump's silence on the Oscars has starved them of oxygen. It's easy to get carried away with the idea of Trump as a grand bewitcher. Right? The Apprentice was sidelined even before Trump was reelected. Right? The movie got good reviews, but every major distributor and streamer passed on it. So it's not only studios choosing safety first. Right? This Oscar season, right, no actor wanted to talk with the lead actors publicly from The Apprentice, right? They don't want to talk about Donald Trump, right? Actors, business executives, leaders of our elite education institutions, they're all treading carefully these days, right? We've got this wider pattern of self-censorship. So Netflix has been publicizing the new action series 0 Day, and it has told journalists that its star Robert De Niro, who's been an outspoken critic of Donald Trump, but he will not answer political questions. Right? The biggest actors now will only give interviews to outlets that do not question about American politics. So Adrian Brody, Best Actor nominee, was asked about politics, and he says, I didn't see how that pertains to me, right? He didn't want to talk politics while promoting The Brutalist. So in Hollywood, apolitical is the new look. Right, let me get it together. Here's a little bit more from George Friedman.
And this looks obscene to them.
And of course, we'll probably hear a lot from Germany over the coming days. The election there is going to take place after we've recorded this podcast, but I think before it goes out. So there'll be plenty going on there since with that.
I would simply say, what does Germany matter? Germany matters in Europe for economic reasons. It's not a military power. If it has a massive change of government, it will take a decade to stabilize Germany. If this government remains, it's already so stable it can't move. Therefore, the countries that 10 years ago were pivots are now irrelevant. They don't realize it yet, but they are. So a German election used to be important. It's important to the French, and it's important to the Poles, and not important to us. And the Europeans are furious about this.
I mean, is the fate of Ukraine then a matter of geopolitics at its most fundamental, neutral core?
History is ruthless. It's not filled with pity. Individuals are. The consequences of geopolitics is power. It is not what you want to do or what you think is moral, is what you must do and what you can do. And so in this particular case, as in many cases where nations were victimized by geopolitics, like Vietnam, which we fought not because we cared about Vietnam, but because we wanted to stop communism and signal that we would not stop at anything to do it. So there are victims when systems change. And mercilessly, Ukraine is the victim. And does it really matter to Britain what happens to Ukraine?
I think it does, in the sense of being someone who's sitting in London. I think that there is a significant sentiment towards Ukraine here. It has been since the war started.
Yes, but there's not enough sentiment to mobilize the British Army, which is substantial, the British Navy, which still matters, and go to war. So money talks, and next we're to war.
Do you think, George, that this is sort of a fundamental, as some people are saying, a fundamental change in the way international relations works, where we're moving away from, say, a liberal approach to the world? Or do you actually think this is how it's always worked, and sort of liberal international ideology has always been a bit of a cover?
It's been nonsense. The wars that have raged during the period of this have been massive. The lack of interest in these wars by the liberal elite has been massive. The Balkan Wars, for example. The question of the liberal unit is an ideology shared by a certain segment of Western society. It gave them a platform which to consider themselves able to maximize their well-being by manipulating certain minor systems. World Economic Forum was a meeting of those who wanted the world liberal system. But the liberal system emerged out of a terrible reality, World War II. It created a political structure. What made the liberal system possible was the Cold War. It was the alliance of non-communist nations, and they called themselves liberal. Well, there wasn't a liberal world. China wasn't liberal, and Russia didn't follow a liberal policy, and Africa was certainly not liberal.
Okay, here's an interesting body language analysis.
This is what we do when we want to connect with somebody. It doesn't always mean that you're connecting positively, but it means you're connecting. Now, if you look at Zelensky, he's leaning back. His arms are crossed. Obviously, this is a defensive posture. I think anybody can recognize that. He's also leaned back a little bit more. He is not leaning in the same as President Trump and Vice President Vance, which means that he's probably feeling defensive. And not surprisingly, we're going to see why as we keep going.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree?
Now, this was interesting. I want you to watch Zelensky's face during this exchange right here.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens.
So when Vice President Vance says, I've watched and seen the stories, you can see Zelensky raising his eyebrows and then shaking his head. We raise our eyebrows to bring attention to our face, and then he shakes his head. He wants you to see that he disapproves of what's being said.
Is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree?
When Vice President Vance said propaganda tour, that got his attention. So if you'll notice how quickly his eyes moved, Vice President Vance, that's because there would have been a surge of adrenaline, that all of a sudden there was an immediate draw of his attention. So when he said that, you get a very visceral reaction from Zelensky. You can also see his eyebrows right here. Let's go back and see what he does with that.
Is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree?
So when he said propaganda tour, you see the eyebrows coming together. That's anger. That really made him angry.
Agree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent?
Now, you'll see right now President Trump has his hands in a steepling position. We typically do this when we are an expert at something or when we have a position of power. Obviously, this is a place where he is showing that he is in a position of power in this room right now. And the body language shows that too, outside of just the steepling. If you look, as I pointed out, Vice President Vance and President Trump are both leaning forward. Zelensky continues to hold his arms tightly. And so it must be that it's so visceral that he's feeling defensive right now that he's keeping his arms closed. Because I think most people would recognize that that's not a way that you want to appear in a situation like this. But the body behaves unconsciously. So he must be feeling so defensive right now that he can't help but keep his arms crossed.
The destruction of your country.
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning. Sure. First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future.
So I've talked about the eyebrows raising before. Right now he's saying you have a nice ocean, but you're going to feel it in the future. As he's trying to get everybody to pay attention to what he's saying, he wants you to focus on his face because the point he's making he believes is very important.
Nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
So we don't just think with our brains, we also think with our bodies, and we think in situations. We think differently when we're standing up than when we're sitting down. We think differently under stress, and the higher the cognitive load that we're operating under, right, the fewer options we have, the more tense and constricted we will feel. Before I press start on my live streams, my mind often feels incredibly wide open, and there are all these topics that I want to explore, and there are jokes that I want to give, and there's narrative that I want to expand on. But then as soon as I press start and I start having the cognitive load of, most importantly, checking my audio quality and my audio levels, checking video quality, seeing if the stream is projecting to 6 different outlets, monitoring comments in the chat, monitoring my email and DMs, monitoring if anyone's come into my StreamYard connection to bring them onto the show. So the more cognitive load I'm operating under, all right, the fewer options I have. I get tenser, and the more tense I am, right, the more compression and tension I have in my body, all right, the fewer opportunities, the less flexibility I feel. This is how I experience starting a live stream, right? I start out way out here, and then it's like a weight that pulls down on me, pulls down and in on me, and I have to actively use directions to myself to think up, to periodically let go of everything that I think I know, to think about my back lengthening, my head projecting forward and up, my shoulders widening. But it's so hard to try to recapture that space, right? There's just a weight that just falls on me once the stream starts. And then people say there's a problem with the audio, right? Then the weight and the tension increase, and I plug and I unplug. And, oh, why aren't I streaming on Rumble right now? Why aren't I transmitting to YouTube? Why aren't I streaming on X? Then people say, you just made a super point, or they maybe make a personal attack that triggers me, right? Then I'll get more and more tense and more pulled down. And so once the stream gets going, it's really hard for me to break out of pulling down and in and feeling less and less flexible, less and less free. So I think differently when I'm walking down the street than when I'm lying on the floor. I think differently sitting as opposed to standing. I think differently when I'm having a congenial conversation as opposed to being the recipient of highly accurate criticism. I think differently when I have money in the bank as opposed to when I don't have money in the bank. Right? I think differently when I feel under physical or psychological attack. I think differently when my most important relationships seem to be threatened. I think differently when I state something and then there's a great rejoinder in the chat that shows that my argument was really stupid or that I got my facts wrong. So it's then really hard for me to break out of this prison of my increased body tension. And then sometimes I'll get triggered and then, right, it's so hard to find my way back to freedom.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're...
And you'll also notice that once President Trump starts to speak, you're seeing Zelensky shake his head no again. This must show that what he's feeling, that he wants to disagree. This is a very combative situation.
God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
It's very subtle, but you can see him shaking his head right there.
God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve...
So, as President Trump is saying, don't tell us what we're going to feel. You see his body open up. And he's also in Zelensky's space a bit. And that's, once again, a position of power. It's showing I can take up whatever space I so choose. So don't tell me how we feel or how we're going to feel.
God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what...
See, if you're reaching over to touch somebody in a friendly way, that doesn't feel like an invasion of space. But when you're doing it when there's contentiousness like this, it can feel like someone is invading your space. So as President Trump shows, I can cross over this boundary right here. That is a power play.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
And you can also see, if you watch Zelensky's eyes, he notices that too.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
He looks down at his hand. It makes people uncomfortable when you are in their space.
We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly what you're doing.
You're in no position.
Now, this is the first time that the defensiveness goes down. I think that before, Zelensky may have felt that he was in a position of power. He was feeling defensive, but there was some degree of argumentativeness that he felt comfortable with. Now, as President Trump confronted him, you can see the defensiveness broke down because he may be feeling like he is now in a position where he is not in as much power as maybe he felt before that. Watch this change right here.
Telling you,
because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly what you're doing.
Says, you're in no position to dictate this, and then points at him. And that's when the guard comes down. Because at that point, Zelensky may have realized being defensive in the situation is not helping. When he was confrontational, President Trump came back twice as much. So that position, that type of interaction is not helpful to his position right now.
We're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly what you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel.
So when he said, you're in no position to dictate, watch Zelensky's eyebrows.
You're in no position to dictate.
Now, that's a look of surprise. Now, when we're talking, we naturally put our eyebrows up, as I've said before. That helps people pay attention to our face. Now, what President Trump just said surprised him. That's a look of surprise.
Right. So there are parts of our body that will frequently be far more honest than the words we say. And what's the most honest part of the body? The feet. Right. Someone's feet are turned away from you. It means they want to get away from the conversation that they're having. And when I was younger, I'd often try to hook people into a conversation with me that they didn't want to have. And they were angled away from me. They were trying to get away. Ugh. Now, when you're seated, you will notice that your world will steadily get smaller and smaller and tighter and tighter. When you're sitting down, there will be more tension and compression in your neck and in your back. On the other hand, I do my shows standing most of the time, and my legs steadily get tired. And so it's not like standing is just awesome for you while sitting is just terrible. Right? Some combination of sitting and standing is ideal. So I just took a 90-second break. I just sat down, played some video, and reduced the fatigue. So as my legs get tired, all right, that also changes what I'm thinking and how I'm thinking. Right? So often the body will be telling us things much more accurately than our words.
Eyes are wide, the eyebrows are up. His mouth isn't open. That's about the only step that it would take to go further as far as a look of shock or surprise would go. But that is a look of absolute surprise right there.
No position to dictate that.
That's exactly what you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good. We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel
I can't think of anyone in public life who has more powerful, dominating body language than Donald Trump. Who would you suggest? All right, Nova hasn't gotten the message that we're no longer in the era of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And the Carlyle Group, which is sponsoring this Nova episode, has apparently not gotten that message either.
March 26th, 2024. A heavily loaded container ship careens out of control and heads straight toward one of the supports of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore.
C-13 dispatch, the whole bridge just fell down. The whole bridge just collapsed.
Key Bridge is down, several vehicles in the water.
It's a race to find survivors.
We're bringing the victim in now.
Okay.
And remove the 50,000 tons of debris that completely cut off this vital port.
People are looking at us and saying, what's the plan?
The scale of the salvage operation is daunting. They need to reopen this crucial shipping route as quickly as possible.
You could instantly feel the ripple effects on our economy, on Baltimore.
So the first three talking heads are women. All right. Do you think really that these three women are the most qualified people to comment on this? I'm skeptical of that assertion.
We knew that it was going to be very dangerous, very complex.
It'll certainly make your hair stand up on the back of your neck, seeing the steel drop as you're making cuts.
Investigators scramble to uncover what went wrong, asking, how did a modern ship suffer such a catastrophic loss of control? And why did a single point of impact...
So about half or more of the talking heads on this documentary are women. And so are they really the most expert? Or is this DEI at work?
...cause the entire bridge to collapse?
The problem you have is that ships have gotten bigger and larger, and the infrastructure has not kept up with them.
An estimated 2,500 U.S. bridges remain at risk of ship strikes.
This could have been prevented.
All right, so there they have a black engineer. So was he chosen in large part, because he was black? Or was he about the most qualified expert that they could find?
As vessels grow in size, can our infrastructure handle it? Baltimore Bridge collapse, right now on Nova.
As an American-based supplier to the construction industry, Carlyle is committed to developing a diverse workplace that supports...
Did they not get the memo? Right, diverse workplace means anti-white. Pro-diversity means anti-white. Why does this private equity firm want to promote that they discriminate against white people? Didn't they realize that Donald Trump won the election?
Supports our employees' advancement into the next generation of leaders, from the manufacturing floor to the front office. Learn more at Carlyle.com.
Right? Do you really want to promote that? Right? That seems incredibly self-destructive.
The port of Baltimore, Maryland is one of the busiest ports on the East Coast. And its history is as long and storied as the United States itself.
So much of Baltimore's identity is actually wrapped up in its port. The Port of Baltimore has been one of the earliest trade points for not just the state, but for this country. I mean, that port is our economic heartbeat in the state of Maryland.
Yeah, super diverse documentary here. So... That's brave, right?
Pier that the Dolly would hit over 4 decades later.
Here's where it happened. A Japanese ship called the Blue Nagoya was heading south out of Baltimore Harbor when it rammed right into Key Bridge. As you can see, it tore off about 30 feet of planking and damaged part of the bridge's support structure.
The Blue Nagoya was a large ship for 1980. But it was only about 1/3 the size of the Dolly. Even so, the ship caused $500,000 worth of damage to the Key Bridge.
The fender was badly damaged and had to be replaced. So that was a warning sign. It was something that they knew had happened before. So if it had happened before, the probability that it will happen again was always there.
But the damage the Dolly would cause on March 26, 2024, was completely unprecedented. That morning, the ship was on the correct course to sail directly between the main piers of the bridge. So what caused it to veer to the right and head straight for the bridge pier? The ship's data recorder reveals that the Dolly lost power at one...
Right, it's an excellent documentary. Right, but just looked up Carlyle.com, so they're in the construction business, and no mention of diversity on its front page, but I put diverse into the website's search engine, and 16 entries. Carlyle companies joined the CEO Action for Diversity and Inclusion pledge, corporate responsibility, careers, promoting diversity. So they're still going pretty strong on the diversity angle. All right, let's get a little bit of Victor Davis Hanson.
He had no constituency as far as appointments, and there were people both in his party and his opposition.
Talking about Trump's first term.
That were in his government that tried to, they weren't on the same agenda, put it that way. And then he was subject to, 2 impeachments and Robert Mueller for 20 months. But given all that, he was, I think on the other side, people look at it, for all the chaos, he did pretty well as far as foreign policy. There were no wars. Putin stayed within his borders for the first time in the last 4 administrations. He killed Soleimani, got rid of Baghdad, he got rid of ISIS, attacked the Wagner group. It was pretty tough on Putin and China. So
Victor Davis Hanson is, to my mind, consistently more interesting than your average National Review conservative pundit. Right? He's transitioned into much more of a MAGA realist perspective than his former, more interventionist side.
I would imagine that his second term, I think everybody that he has nominated as an agency or cabinet head is unlike. There are no Rex Tillersons or Jim Mattis's.
He is far more pro-MAGA, pro-Trump, pro-realism than the other conservative pundits.
Or John Bolton's. Everybody is either on the team or more on the team than Trump is. They're force multipliers of his agenda. And the same is true of Congress, where he has a much smaller margin in the House. The never Trump, Liz Cheney's, Mitt Romney's, they're all gone. So he has a much more unified party. And the party itself has made much greater inroads by winning the popular vote and the Electoral College and, winning 45% of Hispanics and 25% of black males. So I think they'll think it's chaos, as we've already seen, but I think it'll be seen as successful. A lot will depend on whether they maintain the Congress in the midterms and also who's going to be, can you have a MAGA agenda without Trump? And I think that was the idea behind J.D. Vance, that he would be a MAGA person, unlike Pence was or somebody like that.
And if you had to predict, do you think Vance is likely to win in 2028?
I think he's likely, unless something happens, to be nominated. He's always underestimated because people think if you have a white male president, you don't nominate a white male president from a state that you're already going to win anyway. That was the conventional wisdom. But what they misjudge about him is that he's very rare because he grew up very poor in Appalachia and he understands the underclass. And then he was in the military in a combat zone. And then he was among the nation's elite at Yale Law School. And he did marry some.
So I'm not someone who indiscriminately recommends Victor Davis Hanson commentary, but he's far more MAGA. He's far more realist than his other Hoover Institute fellows. He is much more skeptical of aid to Ukraine than all the other talking heads at the Hoover Institute. So this was an excellent interview. What's it called? Victor Davis Hanson on what Trump thinks of Zelensky and predicting geopolitics. All right. The 19th is an independent nonprofit newsroom reporting on gender, politics, and policy. Remember, nonprofits, how do they get funding? By promoting a particular moralized perspective on the world. And they release their stories at 19thnews.org. This is disturbing, guys. It has all been scrapped. Women in wildland firefighting boot camps canceled after DEI cuts. Women already had an intimidating entry point to the male-dominated field. Trump's orders to dismantle DEI in the federal government could hurt years of progress. Oh, we have to be strong. God grant me strength. Another disturbing story from Axios here. America's college chaos. Our finest higher ed institutions, guys. Colleges have been a conservative target for years. Under President Trump, it's total warfare on all aspects of higher education, from student life to hiring to athletics. Universities are scrambling to steel themselves for an onslaught of investigations. Even if some cuts are undone by future administrations or some directives don't hold up in the courts, many colleges are rushing to make changes they won't be able to undo easily. So for those doomers and those people who say, it doesn't matter voting, right? This Trump administration appears transformative. Right, federal government is coming for higher education. If you're one of America's 4,000 college presidents and you stick your neck out, it's going to get cut off. In a letter to schools last month, the Education Department said they could lose funding if they have policies related to race and diversity. And now Trump's Education Department has been strengthened by the addition of Julie Hartman. Right? She quit PragerU and has gone to work for Trump. Right? This letter does not have the force of law, but law is not the only way to get things changed in society. Passing legislation is not the only or even necessarily the primary factor in analyzing how effective an institution is. All right, all of Trump's executive orders are changing our culture, and they're changing the things that we talk about. So many colleges are acting swiftly to comply with moves, big and small. Colorado is state university shifting employee roles, tweaking HR policies, and scrubbing websites. University of Pennsylvania has edited websites or removed them altogether. Right? They are cutting diversity programs. Ohio State University shutting down 2 campus offices focused on DEI, cutting more than a dozen state positions. It's renamed the Office of Institutional Equity to the Office of Civil Rights Compliance. Several colleges have started cutting programs, shuttering cultural centers, changing course catalogs even before Trump took office to prepare for administration changes or in response to state-level action. Stanford, MIT, Columbia, Vanderbilt are freezing hiring or cutting back on the number of PhD students that they will accept as they hear about DOJ's proposed cuts to federal medical research. Universities are complying with the NC2A's new ban on trans athletes. Many universities are fielding investigations over former trans athletes that competed on their teams or in how they responded to pro-Palestine protests on campus. Justice Department is sending an anti-Semitism task force to several campuses. These changes are likely to last. Once a college closes a DEI office, once it shuts down a research program, once it censors a syllabus, these things are not coming back. Right? The political will is not there to bring them back on a college campus. Some colleges are waiting to see which policy changes will stick. More bad news for diversity. BlackRock's woke era is over. Asset manager has exited climate groups and has eliminated diversity targets as it tries to end ESG controversy. So ESG, all about equity and sustainability. Right, this is the world's largest investment firm. Right, they were on board with net zero. Right, getting to zero greenhouse emissions by 2050. Now they're distancing themselves from net zero. So net zero asset managers got a phone call January 9th. BlackRock was out. Within days, the coalition was teetering. So BlackRock's departure from the net zero coalition, its reversal this week on diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, are just the latest examples of the company's retreat from advocating for issues relating to environmental, social, and corporate governance. It's been gradually walking back its ESG initiatives for years after conservatives criticized the movement for being woke and as legal risks grew. Right? The number one reason people get fired is because they create a liability for their employers. So BlackRock's recent actions show this reversal is almost complete. Chris Rufo has been so incredibly influential. BlackRock has remained out of the crosshairs of President Trump, who has a personal relationship with its leader.
Somebody from India. So he's got all these different experiences. He was a very successful writer. And that showed up. People who were critical of Trump for nominating him, they dropped that criticism within days after he started those 30 or 40 media appearances, because he seemed to just devour all of these so-called expert journalists, CBS, NBC, MSC. He was a better articulator of the MAGA agenda than anyone else. So I think he has a really good chance. He'd be a very difficult candidate. He destroyed Tim Walz in the vice president's debate. So I think he's probably about the best the Republicans have.
And let's say it's 2030 and we're reflecting on what happened to Europe over the preceding 5 years. How do you think certain things are going to play out there? Do you think a similar vibe shift is going to happen, or someone like AfD likely to win in Germany, or parties similar to that?
Yeah, I think what's happening to Europe is the old post-war order that gave them open borders, their extreme version of the Green New Deal, high energy prices, deindustrialization, no defense to speak of. Not all the NATO members even met their 2.0% GDP investments. That there's going to be a conservative wave, not maybe be completely in Germany, but it's going to move to the right. And the elites are more anti-American than the populist conservative people that J.D. Vance was talking over the heads of the elites to those people. And I think they're going to be closer in a weird way. I think they're going to start to rearm. I think they're going to start to treat the United States very different. We're in an Orwellian situation that's not sustainable when Mr. Merz and Mr. Schultz, the present chancellor and the incoming, start to lecture us about what's sustainable when the United States has 50,000 soldiers 85 years after World War II. We have 40 bases in Germany. We have subsidized their defense. They don't spend, as I said, what they're promised. They're running depending on how we calibrate it, somewhere between $80 and $90 billion trade surplus with the United States. And they claim it's because of superior productivity, but when you factor in labor and power, they have 4 times the power cost that we do. You can see that it's mostly because of their 5 to 6% tariffs that they've slapped on everything that we send in. And then we only charge them 1 to 2%, maybe 3% on some car models. And they feel that that's normal. And so when you go and tell them that's not normal anymore, we're $36 trillion in debt, and you're going to have to shoulder more of your own defense. You're going to have 0 tariffs, or 1% will have the same. They go crazy and they start yelling and screaming at us. So, and then they start telling us what we have to do in Ukraine. You have to do this and do this. It would be as if, we tell NATO, we want you to send 10,000 people to help us patrol the Mexican and Canadian borders. I mean, he had a point when Trump said there's a big ocean between us and they've got this perennial Russian problem right on their borders. And they were the ones that Trump warned them not to be reliant on Nord Stream 2 natural gas. And they didn't believe us. They got really angry at that. We've warned them again and again about the Green Deal, the Paris climate. Every time we say anything to them, they object. And then they do other things. I mean, the International Criminal Court says these rulings are going to arrest our ally Israel's head of state. And then we find out that Brussels or Spain or Poland might arrest him if he goes there. So I don't think they understand what the relationship is anymore. I think they don't quite understand Trump. They feel that they are much more important than they are. And Germany's had flat GDP for 2 years now.
Another important article from the Wall Street Journal identifying how we do not tend to see the world as it is. We tend to see the world as we are. So if you are depressed, you're going to look at the world for reasons for why your depression is valid. If you're happy, you're going to look at the world through a prism through which your happiness is validated. If you're insecure, you're going to look at the world and focus on those parts of reality that strengthen and support your insecurity. If you're horny, you're going to look at the world for reasons that are going to increase the intensity of your desire to have sex. So this is Wall Street Journal, October 7, meaning the Hamas-Gaza attack on Israel, October 7, 2023. So October 7 adds to long history of spies missing the big picture. Why do people in general miss the big picture? Because we all have conceptions of reality, or we all have narratives about reality, and we will all tend to block out those parts of reality that differ with our narrative. Intelligence agencies' ability to miss the forest for the trees is so common that scholars have a name for it. So Israel had all sorts of reasons to become aware that Hamas was about to carry out a massive attack. So why didn't Israel take more effective steps? Because of strategic intelligence failures, right? An inability to see the forest for the trees, right? Easy to spot in hindsight, hard to guard against as they are unfolding. So what are the signs to look for to assess whether or not you're in reality? That is, are you getting humiliated, right? Are you getting humiliated because you have conceptions of reality that are vastly different from reality? If you're not getting humiliated, right, in all likelihood, you are effectively gauging reality, right? If you're interacting with people, not just a lone wolf, but if you're frequently interacting with people, if you're spending hours a day with people, if you're exchanging emails and phone calls and Zoom calls with people, and you're not getting humiliated, right, you're in reality. If you're getting humiliated, in all likelihood, you've gotten out of touch with reality. So look for the humiliation, right? That is the tip-off that you're out of touch with reality. So intelligence, meaning CIA, Mossad, is an art as well as a science. People take information, they form theories that are hard to shake. Right? You form a conception, and then you ignore evidence that goes against your conception. So then you see misdirection, ambiguous developments. Is this really a big Hamas military mobilization? Is it a negotiating tactic? Is it a prelude to war? And what in hindsight seems obvious can become very complicated in the moment. So evidence that contradicts your conception will tend to be dismissed. I haven't paid much attention to pirate wires, but I like the perspective.
Setting the tone before, he was deciding what was acceptable, and now it's Jeff Bezos is finding a new editor who has a different viewpoint. Like, that's actually what we're talking about here. But they would take it a step. There are many people who I think will take it a step further, and they'll say it is illegal to take away a platform from them. And that's where, so this didn't just happen in a vacuum. While the Jeff Bezos thing was going on, you had the White House revoking press badges from the people who've sort of been in that press room, the briefing room in the White House for many, many years. It's changed quite a bit, but there's been this tradition, they said, for about a century, where this group of journalists were deciding who they wanted there, and then they were getting a rubber stamp of approval from the White House. And they're freaking out because the president's like, actually, I don't want you there. Now, this started, we didn't have a chance to cover this because I was out last week, but this started in the context specifically of the Gulf of America, which the AP insisted on dead naming, which the administration found, just like a heinous breach of journalistic integrity. And they said, sorry, AP, you're no longer allowed in the White House. Now, is that ridiculous? Is it where I would have drawn the line if I were Trump? I don't know. I probably wouldn't have drawn the line there myself. We're not doing I thought that we're sort of no longer in the era of kicking people out of rooms for saying the wrong words.
Yeah.
However, AP's response was to sue the press secretary on First Amendment grounds. They're saying we have a First Amendment right to be in that press room. Now, this, I don't need to talk to a fucking lawyer because, as you used the word scale before, this does not scale at all. There's no way to, if you have a right, if the AP has a right to be in the press briefing room, which is, by the way, the president's house, he fucking lives there, okay? If the AP has a right to be there, then so does every other person. I have a right as well. Yeah. Pirate Wires for sure has a right, but random people have rights. There's no reason that you would have to have a media company to have a right. Every person in America would have a right to walk into that house and ask the president a question. That doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever. So what is the actual scheme that they're talking about there? What are they really upset about? It's not the democratic process. It's not a Republican process. They are talking about some kind of hereditary aristocracy where these chosen houses, the New York Times, the AP, the Washington Post, NBC, they have a press badge that they can use however they want. They then talk to each other and decide who else gets a press badge and what. That's just weird. That is not a value. Whose value? That's not my value. That's not even I'm not even being an asshole. That's just crazy. If you just break it down, who would ever defend that? That makes no sense.
This is the Trump second term is the media's worst nightmare. They're living in a fucking waking nightmare 24/7. Yeah. Seriously, their press badges are getting revoked. Their opinion pages are no longer communist. I mean, this is full on.
Shows are getting canceled. It's terrible.
I guess there's this question that I had, the central question that I've had for a while, which is why is Kara Swisher so insane? What is it? Is it is it an age thing? Is it a mental illness thing? I don't know. Who knows in general?
Her position is being assaulted. That's why. She's losing power. I feel like that's almost a cliche to say, but it's definitely true.
Right, because if you look at,
she's getting rugged, dude. She's getting rug pulled.
It's the end of a system of patronage that supported the left, in which billionaires were on the other side of things. The huge institutions were on the other side of things. Twitter and Instagram were on the other side of this. Every single media company might have been owned by a billionaire, but again, there was this bizarre rule where just random people who worked there could decide what the acceptable bounds of opinion were. Think about the New York Times opinion page. They had to, did they not take down the Tom Cotton op-ed?
They I know that the editor like got fired or resigned.
Right. The editor had to leave.
I don't remember. I think they did take it down
over this.
We can fact check that.
Every single person at the company saying that my black colleagues are not safe because this op-ed was published. And what was the op-ed? The op-ed was saying we're going to put down.
Right. They did take down the op-ed, but they put a long disclaimer and they said that they regretted publishing it.
Down the riots that were happening back in 2020. Like this is they want. Not only want, they always had, they maintained control over the discourse in a way that was artificially amplified. Like they should never have had the voices that they had. You had people who just didn't actually earn the platform that they had, and that has just been taken away. I don't fully know what's coming next. Like I don't know what the media landscape is going to look like fully. I think probably it's not as bad for them as they think. In fact, it's maybe a little bit good for them, which I'll get into after the Joy Reid stuff. But I don't know. Last thoughts on just like the patronage thing.
Just the notion of like billionaires should pay me for my opinions is so bad because it's never been like so easy to like start your own media. Like you can start your own Substack, and if people like your opinions, they'll pay you for them. But if not, like you don't have some like right for these billionaires to like just pay you for your opinion.
Well, and that's really the theme of the last few years in media is you had all of these writers who were actually getting underpaid at their outlets, which you could just metric yourself. Suddenly you were publishing and you were getting paid for it. And it was like, whoa, I'm worth way more to this audience than all of the other writers here combined. This is like the Glenn Greenwald Intercept situation. He leaves, he's wildly successful, and the Intercept fades into oblivion. This is going to keep happening, and this is not something where it's like, oh, only right of center voices are benefited by this. You look in the world of streaming or whatever, and Hassan is killing it. That's a total sociopathic, violence fetishizing monster of the left, but he's killing it. He's doing totally well. Like the landscape is wide open.
Yeah.
If you have an audience, you will get paid. And if you don't, you won't. And you're not entitled to one. No, Jeff Bezos there's no such entitlement that he has to allow people to come into his house and say that he should not exist. That doesn't make any kind of sense. Who would ever do that? Who would ever pay for that? Nobody. And they shouldn't have to. That's actually the First Amendment, which, to go back to Kara's original point, saying, this is a violation of the First Amendment. She can't does she believe that? I would never say that. It's like, I would never say something like that. I would never, ever write, just because I wouldn't want to be made fun of, right? Like I wouldn't want people to be like, oh, you're an idiot who doesn't know what the First Amendment is. I would never say you have a First Amendment right to listen to me speak. That's just fucking retarded. That's like a very stupid opinion to have. And she's just making it publicly. And it makes me wonder, like, does she believe this? Like, what is the actual level of IQ that we're dealing with here? And I suddenly don't know. I suddenly am at a loss. She has tweeted, though, I want to say, or not tweeted, she's posted on Blue Sky over 20 times about this issue.
In 24 hours, right?
In 24 hours. Yeah. She's having a complete meltdown.
Does she work there?
No.
She doesn't work at Washington Post?
She just has that podcast with Scott Galloway where they said the Doge Boy should be in prison. Well, that's what she has. But it's it's like a popular podcast. That's why we keep talking about her. Like she has, it's not like she's without influence. She has a lot of it. She makes a lot of money. That podcast, Jason Calacanis tells me that podcast makes millions of dollars
in ads.
In ads.
Yeah.
Which you all are for some reason paying for. Can someone who actually, in the comments, if you guys watch Kara's show, can you?
Right. She earns millions of dollars a year just from dispensing her opinions, which increasingly sound unhinged. But let's step back. Why does she make millions of dollars a year purveying what strike us as unhinged opinions? She is meeting the needs of a particular audience for a particular moralized perspective on the world that so many of these Trump big tech changes are horrible things and can only come from a mentally ill place. And so I don't find her analysis impressive. And I also don't find impressive those parts of the Trump coalition that have disgust for the new tech right or the new tech titans who are siding with Donald Trump. Right? We should be grateful that much of the tech industry is siding with Trump.
You pop off in the comments and let us know what it is that you like about it. What do you hate about it? Why are you giving this woman money? I don't understand. I'm at a loss. I really am.
In that tweet, she referenced Orwell.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, like we're not even talking about the fact that she's mad that Jeff Bezos said personal liberties, which means like freedom, is good. And she references Orwell and says something about fascism in response to
right,
this.
well, that's
it's
also
like, what are we talking about?
That's what the free market is too. I mean, we're talking about classic liberalism. We're talking about what the word liberal actually means. It's free markets, individual liberties. This is like very basic stuff.
Yeah. And like Bezos even like backed it up. He was like, look, like free markets are ethical because they enable the highest degree of freedom and freedom of choice. You know, and it's like, this isn't, I think Swisher's over there saying crazy stuff and Bezos is actually right. So.
Well, we agree with it's hard to like, you know, because obviously I think we probably all agree with his opinion. Yeah. And so I want to just remove the actual opinion. If Jeff Bezos said, we're only doing pro-Stalin content in the op-ed page of the Washington Post. That's what I believe. I love Stalin. We're only doing Stalin 24/7. I would be like, that's really stupid. That's like a really bad business decision. It doesn't seem like there's a huge market for pro-Stalin stuff. It seems like, you know, do pro-Stalin people pay for newspaper subscriptions? I have a lot of follow-up questions about that, but I would never in a million years be like, he does not have a right to this. You could even say, you can make an argument like, listen, he's destroying the paper, which a lot of people, I think Mike Isaac said something along the lines of, why did he even want to buy this paper in the first place? And I quibble with that because I think it's very clear that he bought it for the history of Watergate reporting more so than the unhinged ramblings of Jennifer Rubin in the op-ed page. However, that point is a better point than Kara's point, which is a crazy thing to say. And it's not just Kara, right? It's like you go to Blue Sky, Bezos was trending yesterday over this. Like this was for them. This was like Hiroshima was nuked. They fucking went
it's a waking
wild.
nightmare for them. Yeah, 100%. I think they don't think he has the right to do it. I think they see it as some sort of coup. They've been seeing everything as a coup lately, but I think that they're like, whoa, you know, like this guy has invaded our territory, and they forgot that he was actually their boss. I think that's what's happened.
Who is this asshole telling me what to do? He's signing your paycheck. That's who he is.
It's not pro-Stalin content. It's like something that most Americans, I think, broadly agree with. Makes it like, if you're not on Blue Sky, makes it even worse, the freak out to it. Because I've always felt that like the fact that like the views of mainstream outlets being so discordant with the views of the broader American public is something that's like probably not good. Yeah. Like if you're center left at best and half the country is Republican and every single swing state in the last election just voted for the Republican, the fact that every single mainstream outlet is presenting a view that's like center left at best, probably not great. So this move by Bezos is like just.
All right. I'm quite impressed with this Pirate Wise podcast. Kip says something important here. I'll admit there is no real right-wing intelligentsia if Luke will admit the left's so-called intelligentsia, A, is not truthful, and B, serves the needs of multinationalists, not necessarily Americans. So what do you think is the most important point that I want to make with regard to that comment from Kip? Now, the most important point I want to make with regard to that comment from Kip is that I want to inhibit and step back away from and let go of my desire to change your thinking. Right? I'm not here to change your thinking. Now, I probably wouldn't stream so much if there wasn't a huge part of me that wanted to change your thinking. So I recognize that there's a part of me that wants to change your thinking, but I want to step back away from and release that desire to change your thinking. And so I want to operate with the attitude, I don't want to change your thinking. I just want to offer up what I think is important, but I don't want to change your thinking. So I don't want you to admit anything. Number one, I don't believe that there is no real right-wing intelligentsia. There is a right-wing intelligentsia. The closest that I've come to that argument is that I, in general, have a low regard for most right-wing punditry and for right-wing talk radio. Then, as for admitting that the left's so-called intelligentsia, there's nothing so-called about it. There is a real right-wing intelligentsia, and there is a real left-wing intelligentsia. Right? And I'm just above average in IQ. Like, I'm in the 120s, right? Who am I to judge people with IQs in the range of 140 and above? I can only effectively do that if I'm right, because they have much more cognitive processing power than I do. Right? This is a point that Steve Saylor makes, that when he comments on the commentary of people much more intelligent than him, he has to pay particular attention to being right because in raw cognitive processing power, right, he's outgunned. So the left-wing intelligentsia does, just as much as the right-wing intelligentsia, relay truths, at least from their life experience. I don't think the left is inherently less truthful than the right. And B, that left-wing commentary serves the needs of multinationalists, not necessarily Americans. I don't know about that either. Right? I am much more interested in understanding why people experience reality the way they do and why people develop the views that they do, understanding the evolutionary reasons, the psychological reasons, the social circle reasons, the social incentives reasons, the early imprinting reasons. Right? I am much more interested in understanding than in producing hate porn. Right? I don't want to make this show primarily about the hate porn. I don't want to make this show primarily about changing your mind. Now, this is Christopher Caldwell talking with Andrew Sullivan.
It was a pretty monodirectional thing. That's not actually the part of civil rights that these Trump executive orders touched. What they did was they did a couple of very interesting things. They repealed that Lyndon Johnson
the affirmative action
thing, right?
It was.
But they also said that they would not enforce these diversity, equity, and inclusion rules anymore.
Not just that, they actually excised them from the federal government. They're in the process, and said that if you are pursuing them, the DOJ at this point will be looking out for you.
So this is
that's the second move, right?
That's the second move. So the first move is to say, you can't practice DEI, but the second move, the first move is to say you can no longer do affirmative action and DEI and that kind of thing. But the second move is to say, we believe that DEI is actually racism. And that is of course, there's a good argument for that, but that is the curious element of it, because conservatives had always argued against the excesses of civil rights on a kind of a principled way. Actually, civil rights, well-meaning though it was, granted too much power to the federal government, and that power needs to be constrained. What the Trump administration has done is, remember, it started that executive order by praising the civil rights, the core civil rights legislation of the 1960s. So it actually laid claim to that power and is running the whole machine in reverse.
Right.
And so that is something that's actually never been done before. And suddenly we're in a totally different world. And the curious thing is, people like you and I have been discussing these questions in such a bookish way. And it's sort of like saying, well, if the Supreme Court accepts this version of that doctrine, perhaps it will be possible to argue in a future case that X, Y, and Z. But Trump has just gone like, Samuel Johnson with the stone in the road and said, I refute it thus. It's suddenly done. And that's why this is so significant.
It's intellectually clarifying, right? It's basically my dream come true. I'm in favor of non-discrimination law, in as much as I think if people are obviously discriminated against for a reason that has nothing to do with the job, and it's an involuntary characteristic, I can totally see the justice in saying someone should have the right to sue. But this idea that everything has to reflect the entire equal demography of any particular place and time seems incredibly onerous and dangerous.
It's not just onerous and dangerous. That is the key thing.
Because as we found out, even doing these DEI sessions, in fact, studies have found that they make people more racist, not less racist, because you become obsessed with this bloody thing, and you get trained to look at someone. The first thing you see is their race or their sex or these other things, which of course you see.
That's right.
But if you're not focused on that, you might.
So there are situations where Andrew Sullivan is excellent, and this is one of them. And I went and shelled out $5 to subscribe to his Substack, just so I could listen to the entire Christopher Caldwell interview. I have spent a lot of money just subscribing to places that publish or interview Christopher Caldwell. All right, New York Times. Trump's threats and Mexico's crackdown hit the Mexican cartel. Several cartel operatives said the first time in years they genuinely fear arrest or death at the hands of the authorities. So Trump is striking real fear into the hearts and minds of many of his opponents, from DEI activists to left-wing activists in general, to all sorts of billionaires who used to donate to left-wing causes. who are now backing off donating to left-wing causes. If you're MAGA, if you're a Trump supporter, if you're a conservative, if you're a normal Republican, like, how can you not rejoice? Right? Sometimes striking fear in the heart of your enemies is a wonderful and beautiful thing. One cartel leader says he's trying to figure out how to protect his family in case the American military strikes inside Mexico. Another cartel leader says he's already gone into hiding. He rarely leaves his home. Two young men who produce fentanyl for the cartel say they have shut down all their drug labs. A barrage of arrests, drug seizures, and lab busts by the Mexican authorities in recent months has struck the behemoth Sinaloa cartel, right, forcing many of its leaders to scale back on fentanyl production in the Sinaloa state, their stronghold. The cartels have sown terror across Mexico and caused untold damage in the United States. But here in Culiacan, the state capital, the dynamic seems to be shifting. Cartel operatives say they've had to move labs to other areas of the country or temporarily shut down production. You can't be calm. You can't even sleep because you don't know when they'll catch you, said one high-ranking member of the Sinaloa cartel. The most important thing now is to survive, he said, his hands trembling. The government crackdown on organized crime intensified after the Trump administration threatened retribution unless Mexico halted the supply of fentanyl into the United States, vowing high tariffs if the flow of migrants and drugs continued. President Trump began floating the possibility of tariffs soon after his election in November, soon after taking office. He announced 25% levies on Mexican goods if the country didn't act on border security and drug trafficking. I'm not a big fan, instinctively, of Trump's tariff threats, but I got to admit, when they seem to be doing good, this is the New York Times, which is not a pro-Trump outlet. The president gave Mexico a month to deliver results. Facing economic chaos, the Mexican government went on the offensive. President Claudia Sheinbaum dispatched 10,000 National Guard troops to the border, hundreds more soldiers to the Sinaloa state, a major hub of fentanyl trafficking where a cartel war has caused turmoil for months. Every day there have been arrests and seizures. There have been detentions, which are leading to a constant weakening of the cartel. Mexico's law enforcement has seized as much fentanyl in the last 5 months as it did in the previous year. It's made nearly 900 arrests in Sinaloa alone since October. Last week, the Mexican government said it had begun sending to the U.S. more than 24 cartel operatives wanted by America. It's a clear signal to Trump that Mexico is eager to fight the cartels. Trump says he's not satisfied. Criminal groups have not felt this level of pressure in a long time, and cartel operatives agreed. They say they're selling off property, they're firing unessential personnel to make up for the lost income from the dent in the fentanyl trade. They're investing money in advanced equipment to detect American government drones. For the first time in years, right, Mexican drug cartel members genuinely fear arrest or death. The crackdown has had an immediate impact, and cartel members are citing the pressure from Trump. Trump established a deadline. We are seeing the results. The government is sending a message. When it wants to, it can exert pressure. Cartel members saying they're making their own preparations for the heightened pressure under Trump. The U.S. has begun expanding drone flights into Mexico to detect drug labs. They have designated cartels as terrorist organizations. Wow. More winning.
Notice their expression, their smile, the eyes, like how they're holding their, but all the other things that humans observe. Why are we focusing on that, you know?
Yeah. I think you're right.
So I wrote my first column saying, woo, I feel liberated. This was an extraordinarily liberating feeling for me. It was also liberating to feel. Now, I know that in the last 9 months of the Biden administration, his executive order clamping down on how they enforce the border basically solved the problem that he had created 3 years before. Mm-hmm. They then go into the election saying, "Look, it's down," without ever copying to what happened in the 4 years.
Right. They just did it a little too late. If they'd pulled that move about 12 months early, if they'd done it 2.5 years into his presidency instead of 3.5, it would have been harder for the Trump campaign to make hay with it.
Yeah. It was, for me, the most frustrating thing about Biden. I mean, a lot of us had said, those of us who were deeply worried about Trump, the key issue they have is immigration. So the key thing you have to insulate yourself from is that charge. Why on earth did you actually give them this issue, not just on a platter with garnish on it, with rhetoric that they use that almost was, I mean, I remember that first Democratic debate and thinking, do they understand this is going to be in ads in 4 years' time? Do they realize where they're going with this? They didn't.
Well, no. And you know, I think we're still, there's a great book to be written about the Biden administration and how it was run. And I think it has to do, this problem with immigration has to do with what Bidenism was and how the administration was constructed. No one wanted Biden to be the Democratic nominee in 2020. And you could almost say that no one categorically. But he seemed to be the best sort of guy who could be depicted as somewhat, who was not Bernie Sanders, just say. He seemed to be the best candidate who was not Sanders. And so the party coalesced around him. And we still don't know quite who the leaders of the different tendencies in the party were, but they were.
All right, Financial Times, Ukraine's double agony, Putin and now Trump. The country is torn over whether it could keep fighting without American support. All right, the stresses of a nation under siege. So another excellent test for whether you're out of touch with reality is if you are experiencing unnecessary suffering. The reason that Ukraine is in agony is because it got out of touch with reality. It believed that even though it was on the border of a superpower, Russia, that it had a moral right and a political right to its own independent foreign policy. You don't. When you are a relatively small country living next to a superpower, you don't get to have your own independent foreign policy. Canada does not get its own independent foreign policy. Mexico does not get its own independent foreign policy. No country in Latin America gets its own independent foreign policy, right? Because you have to take into consideration the wants and desires of people who have the power to hurt you. And this is true in real life. You should be real polite with anyone who has a gun. You should be real polite with anyone who can damage your earning capacity. You should be real nice with anyone with the ability to wreak havoc in your life. So, number one sign that you're out of touch with reality is, are you getting humiliated? Number two sign that you're out of touch with reality is, are you experiencing unnecessary suffering? So there is pain inherent in life. But one conception of suffering is that it is above and beyond the inherent suffering in life. You agonizing over things that you don't need to agonize over. So Ukraine is having agony because it got out of touch with reality. It thought it could establish its own independent foreign policy, wanted to align with NATO and the EU, wanted to align with the West, and this threatened Russia, and Russia smashed Ukraine in response. So Ukraine's suffering is totally unnecessary. This would not have happened if Ukraine hadn't acted unilaterally and not taken Russia's concerns into account. Right? Ukraine, in the real world, does not get its own foreign policy. In the real world, if you live next to a superpower, you have to take into account what the superpower wants, and you have to take into account its ability to hurt you. In the real world, right, you need to exercise care and discretion with other people and with other institutions based on their capacity to hurt you. And it doesn't really matter if they're right or wrong in their hurting of you, right? If they have the capacity to hurt you, you have to be nice. And the greater their capacity and the greater their proclivity for hurting you, the nicer and more careful you have to be, and the more cognitive resources you need to devote to that threat. So Ukraine is in agony because it got out of touch with reality. It didn't take Russia's needs into account. And you have to take the needs of people into account if they have the proclivity and the capacity to hurt you. If they're highly likely to hurt you and have a high ability to hurt you, you need to devote considerable cognitive resources to not ticking them off. Ukraine created a situation where Russia's invasion was inevitable. The United States, NATO policy, marching up to Russia's border and then Ukraine becoming a de facto member of NATO, right? These all created the conditions for all sorts of unnecessary suffering by Ukrainians, right? Ukraine's agony is self-inflicted. They did the things that made it inevitable that the superpower next door would wreck them. And we often are the biggest causes of our own misery. And we also will always at times experience a huge amount of suffering, right, that we don't need to experience because we are in denial of reality.
Obviously, all promised something to rally behind Biden, and I mean, you can see that Buttigieg, for instance, got a cabinet post after dropping out, and Amy Klobuchar became the person who speaks at every inauguration. And
easy ones to get.
They were the easy ones.
The other ones he just gave positions in his. I mean,
so we talk about, but I'm talking about large constituencies. Okay, there were people who really wanted to spread democracy in the military. So there was like the what you could call the neocon part of the Democratic Party were really given their head of steam. The George Floyd part of the Democratic Party were given a whole bunch of executive orders on DEI. And then there was obviously an immigration lobby of some kind. And I don't know who was leading it or anything, but it was a faction in the White House, and getting rid of that would involve reneging on some kind of deal.
Yeah.
And so even though
All right, J.D. Vance is consistently bringing it on X. So he just posted, the bitter irony of America's present predicament is that the very people who cheer for permanent arms shipments to Ukraine also supported the deindustrialization of America. Right? The very things you want us to send are the things that we do not make enough of.
Word politics would argue for discarding the open border. Earlier in the Biden administration, I think the politics inside the administration argued for inertia.
Yes, I think that this also speaks to Biden's own capacity as president. It takes a huge amount of steel and resolve and presence of mind to resist interest groups in your own coalition while you are attempting to stake out some middle ground, which, whether he liked it or not, was why he was elected.
Donald Trump did that, all right? He cowered and subdued and controlled any important part of his coalition opposed to him, right? He did not stress pro-life. He did not stress opposition to abortion because that was not a winning campaign platform, and he cowed the various components of his coalition, and the Democrats did not.
He wasn't elected just to make all these crazy left-wing ideas come to fruition. Mm-hmm. He was elected because he wasn't Trump, and because he seemed to be more normal, and because he actually seemed to be able to give some sort of unifying centrist kind of tone, at least. Yes. I thought the Harris pick, we're going over old history now, but I thought the Harris pick was a really stupid and revealing one. Again, an act of weakness in a way, from his point of view. The need to appeal to quote-unquote black women in the party, which was,
You could, I don't know, you could call it an act of weakness. The basic weakness was situational. Mm-hmm. That is, at that point, the Democratic Party does have these warring interest groups. Mm-hmm. I remember a Democratic consultant saying to me last spring, he said, the day after the election, we're going to have a serious argument about who this party is for and where it's going. They could not afford to have that argument in July or August. Mm. And that's why Harris was picked. She made it possible to avoid that argument. And just as she was in 2020, she's really good on paper. I mean, the Democratic Party has this problem, which is that they are the party of new economy billionaires, and they're the party of underprivileged minorities who are, and it's tough to reconcile those two interest groups. And she seemed to be the first thing you need is a bridge, and most people can't be that bridge, and she could. And so it seemed to be a trouble-free way. If had I been in the shoes of the Democratic Party leadership, I'd have gone for that. Mm. Oh, but by the way, do you remember when Trump's campaign directors, Chris LaCivita and Tony Fabrizio, said after the election that they'd done a lot of internal polling, and they said that they did not find when as soon as there was talk about replacing Biden, they did not find that Kamala was the strongest of the candidates, but they were shocked at how strong Michelle Obama was as a potential replacement.
Well, I think in some ways Michelle Obama would have solved that problem less on paper than in reality in terms of certainly connection with African Americans and certainly African American men, who didn't show up in 2020 in 2024 the way they might have. But anyway, we're avoiding topic one in a way, which is Trump. So affirmative action was one of the things, and the other issue. But I don't think that was really why he was elected. I mean, I do think people were sick to death of DEI. Yeah, no, it was one reason he was elected. Huge. It was one of three. Yeah. I would say it was immigration, inflation, and DEI were the three big issues. And maybe a little bit of foreign policy background in the background, right? Yeah. So let's go through those issues. Yeah. So with immigration, I mean, he has a slight problem, doesn't he? Because Biden sort of kind of fixed it in a way that brought the numbers down. Trump has not been able to bring them much further down in terms of, I mean, a little further down the entries, but deportations are not particularly up on what Biden was doing and certainly nowhere near what Obama was doing. They're not anywhere close to meeting their target.
Okay, so Andrew Sullivan mistakes statistics for reality. Barack Obama's statistics for detentions and deportations were a lie. Right, so not all statistics are accurate. Not all statistics are representative of reality. And notice how Andrew Sullivan misses a key component of Donald Trump's support, and that is no more forever wars. So Andrew Sullivan, I think he's much more interventionist than Donald Trump. And so his own conception of the world blinded him to Trump's support from no more forever wars. And I don't like Bobby Kennedy, but there may be a significant part of the vote for Donald Trump. Say maybe the fifth strongest reason is the Kennedy MAGA movement, which I don't agree with, but I don't want my conception of reality to blind me to reality.
Targets, and Trump apparently is getting very upset about this. The one I'm building at is that maybe that's not going to be such a big boom for him.
I don't think that that's the way the immigration issue works. Okay. I don't think that, I think you have a working class, couple living in the exurbs of Los Angeles, and suddenly, their next door neighbor sells his house and it's bought by a couple of, people who seem nice, but suddenly there are 20 Mexican men living in it and they're really mad. That's the profile of a person who's mad about immigration. It's not about the numbers. It's not about that working class couple doesn't say, wait a minute, honey, let's check the numbers and see how the immigration is working. I don't think it's about the statistics. So I think that
what is it about?
People form impressions of like.
So I'm just noticing a comment on X about how the world's economic center is shifting back to Asia after 1,000 years. So 1,000 years ago, the Asians, the Northeast Asians, they would have had a higher average IQ than your average European. The European dominance of the globe is probably the global exception. And so now we're reverting to what you would expect as people who survive the harsh winters of Northeast Asia, right, are likely to be part of more cohesive communities, to be higher IQ, have a better ability to delay gratification. So if you're someone who sees a dominant significance to average IQ and economic growth, right, it's not a surprise that the world's economy is shifting towards Asia.
Is there more, is my neighborhood disorderly? Do I have less bargaining power at my working class job? What am I seeing on Fox News? And all of these things they internalize, and they got to internalize those things over 3.5 years of Bidenism. As I say, that's too late. They had they were carrying these feelings with them into the voting booth.
So they're not saying, well, we have a proportion of almost 14.9% foreign-born population.
Yeah,
that's not it. That's historically so high. We need to actually. No, they're not saying that.
Not that at all. And
I feel insecure. I feel like the culture is going to hell. I feel even if I'm not looking at numbers, but I feel my country doesn't feel like it used to.
Right.
And Trump, of course, then just constantly hammers this connection between immigration and crime, which is, of course, objectively in the broad scheme of things, not true in terms of, but is true enough in terms of some new unvetted.
It is true. It just depends on how you look at the crime statistics. So compared to African Americans, right, immigrants commit a lower rate of crime, right? Compared to Americans of North East Asian ancestry or Northern European ancestry, then immigrants commit a higher than average amount of crime.
Immigrants that it definitely helps that narrative.
It's not a rational argument. It's an argument of a different kind. It's like something feels bad and dangerous about immigration.
Yeah.
And yes, there is something bad and dangerous about immigration, but it's in a different realm. It sort of like endangers continuity and it endangers, like your position at the bargaining table for wages or that kind of thing. But it doesn't.
So there's something that the new Trump cabinet has. It may not be expertise, right? It may not be excellence in governance, but something that the new Trump cabinet has is that they present well, right? It's a cabinet of podcasters. They look good on TV. Tulsi Gabbard is charismatic. She is pleasing to the eyes. She comes across well on TV, as do most of the Trump cabinet.
Danger you in the way he says, but you just get these images moving. I mean, there's something really. This is what political oratory can do. It's why it scares people. That's what's going on.
They also provided perfect video montages for this speech. The caravan that's coming towards the border, the scenes of complete chaos at the border, the large numbers of people massed outside.
5,000 people sitting alongside the Rio Grande in rags. I don't know if you remember that one, about a year into the.
But then you have, 100,000 Haitians given a temporary protection status order, suddenly have replaced.
So Australia did a deal costing something like $40 billion to buy a bunch of American nuclear submarines. And the United States has spent something like $1.3 trillion on a particular fighter plane, when it looks like the future for both underseas warfare and aerial warfare, the future is comparatively cheap drones.
In the United States somehow, so 5,000 of them show up in a town of, I think, 7,000 or 8,000? This is the famous eating cats and dogs nightmare. And that's a challenge. I mean, let's face it, it is a challenge. This is, I think, and we could talk about this in a bit, but I think it's much more of a challenge in Europe than it is in the United States, partly because we have so much fucking space here, so much opportunity. We have a constant history of immigration. So we have the traditions that a country like Britain does not have, for example, or even a country like France. But so what you're saying is that he's doing great because he sent out these strong symbolic messages. They're going to be sent to Guantanamo Bay, for God's sake, even though they're there for 10 hours or something. So you were saying that's all that really matters.
Well, I'm not saying he's doing great. I'm saying he won the election because of this.
I'm thinking about I'm now looking forward.
Okay, now let's talk about
on the issue as he goes forward. I think it seems less of a big win of him than it might otherwise have done because there's less to do.
As I say, people think of immigration is this way, inflation is this way. As I say, it's not a matter of people looking on the back pages of the Financial Times and looking into fine things. Oh, it looks like the consumer price index has fallen by 0.8 of a point. But the Biden campaign and the Harris campaign tried to argue that way. Inflation is falling. It's fallen from like.
So I'm very impressed by the budgetary analysis of this beautiful young woman who was on the Non-Zero podcast.
But I think it might be useful to drill down a little bit on specific programs. So you and some of your colleagues at the Stimson Center wrote a report recently talking about ways in which we could cut right now with minimal sort of impact, not even changing the top level aspects necessarily of how we approach the military, but just the actual logistical things that we're paying for, how we could cut about $60 billion in each year in coming years. So can you talk about some of the sort of big programs there? I guess maybe a good place to start would be the infamous F-35.
Totally. And key point that I'm really grateful that you mentioned, which is that we could make much.
I'm just so impressed by her budgetary analysis. And I like her makeup, right? It's not thick, right? It's not weird. It's not garish. It's understated, but highly effective. It just a fantastic presentation here. Very impressed with her figures.
Much deeper cuts if we did, in fact, spark a grand strategic shift in foreign policy and sort of.
So she sparks joy for me. Right, I just think her figures are just incredibly impressive. Does she spark joy for you?
Rethought the extent of our sort of, defense plans and under this veil of primacy and the pursuit of dominance in every corner of the world. So that's really important. We thought about getting into force structure and we were sort of like, okay, that's like a beast of its own. Because, ideally, like the best way to really deeply cut the military budget is to restructure the armed forces pretty significantly. But to your point, like on a more
like she could talk to me about slashing the Pentagon budget all day. Right, she would find a highly attentive audience here.
Level, if the Trump administration is in fact very interested in, efficiency or cutting.
If you got long, beautiful hair, like wear long, beautiful hair. Like don't cut your hair short, ladies. If you can pull off long, beautiful hair.
Waste, we have just a slew of acquisition failures to sort of look toward.
Amen, sister. You preach it. You go, girl.
Word as, a model of how to go.
Guys, believe women. Please believe women who are this attractive.
About cutting unnecessary and dangerous weapons from the U.S. military. The F-35 is the best example, the one that we always go back to because it's the most expensive weapon program in U.S. history. I think the current number for its lifetime cycle cost is $1.7 trillion. And the sort of original sin of the F-35 program is that it was designed to do many things, and it doesn't do any of them particularly well, whether that be flying low and slow and also high and fast as like a bomber, but also theoretically aircraft that could also do close air support for ground troops in combat, should that ever be required. And so, we talk about the F-35 because it was designed to be this multi-purpose aircraft. And as a result, it's not good at anything. And it has a lot of design flaws as a result. So you hear industry talk a lot about the requirements process and why, requirements should be easier and simpler and more streamlined so that like programs move forward quicker and whatever, all of the usual talking points. What's frustrating about that is that, it is true that requirements are kind of like at the core of a lot of sort of acquisition failures. It's the same story for the littoral.
So she's got everything in the presentation down. She seems to know her facts. She looks great. Just needs a voice coach.
Combat ship, which we actually didn't include in this brief, but is another sort of example of a weapon program that was designed to like do many things. Like it was supposed to be this sort of like agile nearshore capability, but also like go into the deeps. It just like doesn't make sense. And when you do multi-purpose, weapon programs like that, the sort of biggest problem.
So she's got some vocal fry. Her voice is. She's got monotone voice. Her voice is stuck. She's got Kermit the Frog voice. If only there was someone caring, someone perhaps like myself, who could help her discover a more euphonious, a more pleasing, a less painful vocal presentation. I see a beautiful, smart, intelligent, impressive young woman here who's in pain. She's not being all she can be, and I just want to help. I cannot stand by and not want to reach out and help somebody.
Is that it doesn't give service members the opportunity to like train for all of those purposes, right? So like an F-35 pilot, to get in the training hours needed to like do all of those things well, like low and slow, high and fast, that's a pretty high threshold. And if, you're designing.
So you notice she's gasping for air a little bit. Her neck's somewhat compressed. Her shoulders seem tight. If only she could meet a caring, sharing Alexander technique teacher.
A really technologically complex aircraft, there's going to be issues, which is.
Love the smile. Love the way her cheeks pop there. I love the long eyelashes.
Why then you have all these design flaws, it can't fly, then service members can't train, right? Like that's like sort of one of the core reasons. And so we talk about the F-35 as means to cut a lot of waste. We talk about being able to rely on existing programs in order to sort of fill the capability gap.
all right, darling, too many arms. You just need a caring, sharing voice coach.
But, we also talk about aircraft carriers, which are super, vulnerable to attack and expensive. And these are sort of just like a couple of the sort of high level weapon programs that, you could save billions of dollars, tens of billions of dollars. And then in addition, we sort of get into some of the nuclear weapons that the United States doesn't need and that are incredibly strategically deep.
All right, just so much potential there. All right, just needs a caring mentor to help her become everything that she could be. Back to Christopher Caldwell speaking with Andrew Sullivan.
9% to 5%. It still means that everything is 5% more expensive every month. And people get madder and madder and madder. And so by 2 years into the Biden administration, everything, like pretty much everything a working class family would buy, cost 20 or 25% more. And they weren't making more money. And so if things stabilize for the next 2 years, they're still so much worse off than they were at the time Trump left office. And that I think is the key terrain on which this issue of immigration is going to play out. And
so I rarely have sexual thoughts when I teach Alexander technique. I just go into professional mode, right? I change my personality. So if you were to take an Alexander technique lesson with me, I wouldn't be making a lot of jokes usually, and certainly wouldn't be making innuendos, right? I just shift into a different persona that I developed in 3 years of Alexander technique training school, and then 13 years of teaching the technique after that. I just go into teacher mode. So the Alexander technique is an educational system for helping you to notice how you respond to stimuli and how to let go of unnecessary tension. So I've worked with supermodels. I've worked with a lot of gorgeous women. And to the best of my knowledge, right, I've never crossed the line, never come close to crossing the line. I don't have to fight my lustful side. I just go into a different persona. I just go into teacher mode. And what makes for a successful Alexander technique teacher is primarily your ability to communicate the essential principles of the Alexander technique and how to apply them in different situations. And so different people will respond to different articulations of the principles. And so there are certain people with whom it's pretty easy for me to get on the same wavelength and to effectively communicate the principles of the Alexander technique. And then there are a lot of other people who should take their Alexander technique lessons from somebody else, right? I'm just not the right bloke for them. But I'm a different person in different situations, right? I step into teacher mode when I'm teaching the Alexander technique, right? When I'm sharing in a 12-step situation, right? I'm also not releasing a bunch of innuendos. I'm not sharing the insights from 3,000 years of Judaism, right? I'm building upon the insights of the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous and how it applies to the particular 12-step program that I'm speaking in. So different situations, I become a different person. Right? I don't speak like this when I'm in shul or when I'm hanging out with my family.
He's stable.
Oops, wrong. Thank you, Julie. I think you're great, but back to Christopher Caldwell.
Meaning that they will remember the Biden period and constantly compare that to anything that Trump does.
And people have, I think the Trump economic record is really interesting. The record between 2017 and 2021. The last year was sort of totally distorted by COVID. But the first 3 years where you really did have diminished immigration, something about those years, and I'm not sure which part of that Trump economic policy it was, but total economic growth was lower than it had been under Obama, but it was better shared. And you had the first evening out of inequality in a long time. Mm-hmm. So it felt like in Washington, it probably felt like things were actually getting worse, but actually things were getting better distributed. And I think people remember, and I think that's important to remember the contrast of that.
That's absolutely there. And that's why he was elected. And it's still in the memory situation. However.
Okay. Kip says, Was there a scarier robot than the one in RoboCop that blew a man clear out of the building during a botched generation? I wouldn't want to face that thing on a battlefield. Remember the band Sexual Chocolate singing The Greatest Love of All? I don't. I need to check that out. A woman speaking about weapon systems doesn't compute. Man, that's retrograde sexist thinking. That's why the normally highbrow Luke Ford is thinking less than holy thoughts. The tantric aspects of the Alexander technique. Wait, this lovely lass. Bro, this is an educational technique. It's very respectable. I'm a very respectable man. Reel her in with your charm. Send her the Steve Kraft 60 Minutes interview from 2003. And send her some Dennis Prager merchandise 40. Women love that stuff. How right you are, brother.
However, eggs are now the highest debt price that they've ever been. Yeah. And it doesn't, and we're seeing a little.
And comment in the chat. I was in the Luke Ford chat and hanging out, whatever, and then this Kip old guy just was so sexist and racist.
General uptick. Now, then you have the impact of tariffs, which are going to obviously have an uptick on some kind of.
Okay, breaking news. Zelensky says his country is ready to sign the minerals deal with the United States.
I'm not going to make.
Thank God. I mean, I don't know about you, but now I can rest easy knowing that Zelensky's ready to sign the minerals deal with the U.S. Whew. I mean, wow. I just feel so much lighter and happier. I mean, do you feel that dramatic reduction in body tension, compression, interfering muscular tension patterns, knowing that Zelensky's ready to sign a minerals deal with the U.S.?
Some sophisticated economic argument. It just makes obvious sense to me that the producers are going to be passing some of that on to consumers, probably a lot of it on to consumers, and they're going to have increase. So I can see inflation going up this year, not down.
Totally.
Even with the things that people want to buy.
Yeah. Now, so
what happens then when it turns out, oh my God, things are going up, prices are getting worse again?
Well, I'm not going to make a sophisticated economic argument either, but I'll eagerly make an unsophisticated economic argument, which is, yes, all of these things, there is a Rooseveltian aspect to what's going on here. And it's that these people who have immigrated over the last, say, 50 years without really fully being digested, there has been an assumption that, under the civil rights regime, that they're ethnic minorities. And so normally, they're going to vote Democrat. And that's going to be true even though the Democrats are the elite party, because actually they're part of the retinue of these rich Democrats. They are doing the landscape gardening and cleaning the houses of the Silicon Valley elites, and so they're part of their retinue. But you know what? Some of them have been here now for 40 or 50 years, and they feel a little bit stalled out. And actually, they're smart enough to see that their interests are not with the grandees of the country.
And that's why we saw the shifting racial makeup of the coalition.
Exactly. That's it. It's about real stuff. It's not about, Trump getting the endorsement of some misogynistic rapper or something like that.
It's actually an ancient story. There's immigrants.
That's right.
Immigrants assimilate. They become more conservative as they develop their own interests. And a lot of them, of course, understandably, I know some people don't understand this, are particularly exercised by illegal immigration because they did it the legal way, or they've been here long enough that they resent the downward pressure on their wages.
Or they've been here short enough that they resent the downward pressure on their wages because no one is more threatened by a new immigrant than an immigrant who just came over the border, at least in terms of wage competition. But your point about inflation, yes, I think that's a real issue. So what we're talking about is a dramatic tightening of the job market at the bottom end. We're talking about the people who work in the back of restaurants. And if this works, you could have a world in which someone washing dishes in the back of a restaurant is making enough money to raise a family.
I know that's the goal.
That's the goal, okay?
I understand that.
But even if it works, he's going to be making more money, which means every plate you get at the, like the Moroccan couscous palace or whatever you like to eat, or let's say, whatever top-end restaurant in DuPont Circle you like to eat in, is going to get much more expensive. And when it gets more expensive, a lot of those restaurants are going to go out of business. So, I mean, the creative destruction is going to happen at the top of the economy. And so it's going to be a little bit like the American economy was from 1933 to 1937. The previous halves are going to be screaming, And with some justice, I mean,
No, absolutely. But here's what I would say to this.
Yeah.
I think you're laying out a persuasive and interesting argument for redefining conservatism the way you have. But when I look at Trump now, I see what's the fundamental legislative goal. a massive $1 trillion tax cut, which will disproportionately benefit the wealthy. And
are you talking about last time? Or you're talking about the last?
No, I'm talking about the ones that are going to expire that he wants to renew. They're in this current big, beautiful bill. We call it the BBB bill,
right?
Which, of course, is going to be very hard for them to pass. They're trying to do this all on reconciliation. But my point is this. What kind of signal is that sending to these working class people that, in fact, we are, number one, we are going to cut the taxes of these incredibly wealthy people. Number two, partly in order to pay for that, we're going to be cutting Medicaid, which affects, as Chief Bannon has pointed out, more people who are MAGA voters than anybody else. So, in fact, you have these two competing things. You have both this populist, but you also have this old school, Lafferite, debt-driven, tax-cutting, Paul Ryan conservatism layered on top of it. Now, my point is that I don't see how that's coherent.
Yeah, it's not. But I mean, one thing that I'd like to get clear is that you and I have talked a lot about the meaning of conservatism and what conservatism is. I think this is a totally different subject. Whatever Trump is doing, it doesn't fit into the categories that you and I have usually.
It doesn't. However, I do think that in terms of a classic attempt to move conservatism from its more neoliberal expression in the 80s, 70s, 80s, and 90s into a more traditional one.
All right. Kip says, I don't like people who prefer couscous over rice. Never have, never will. Bro, rice is basically pure carbs, right? When you eat rice, it's the same for your physiology as if you're just eating pure sugar, right? Couscous is filled with protein, bro. Protein is good. Pure sugar carbs, not good.
Nation kind of thing, which worries about the working classes, which is more protectionist, all that stuff, which is something that has happened in conservatism. It's more the rule in conservatism than the exception.
So this is right. So this has a conservative element. It should be shedding the liberal element. And you're professing yourself a little mystified by the 2017 tax cut. To my mind, Trump was such a surprise. His election was such a surprise, even to himself and to the people closest to him in 2017, that he came into the White House kind of naked, and he had the Republican Party was not his Republican Party. It was a bunch of people who had worshipped at the altar of Ronald Reagan and just were strong enough at the time to put forward a 1995 economic policy, which, because Trump was not able to get anything else through, he signed. It was his only legislative achievement. Now it's kind of got his name on it, and he wants to sign it again, even if it's not right. I mean, these are the tax cuts that you're talking about expired, that were sunsetted until now.
He wants to repeat the thing that he thinks that he was not really prepared for in the first place. Right. That's what you're saying. Why repeat it?
He probably shouldn't, but I think that it's probably less. It's a less revolutionary thing now. I mean, I don't think he's pursuing the real Reaganite unleash entrepreneurship idea of the 1980s the way he was compelled by political reality to do last time. But there is a new thing that is competing with his working class constituency, and that is, you mentioned Steve Bannon, that is that they are now competing with his newfound tech friends.
Yes.
And I think that what has happened there, my theory of it, which may be wrong, is that it has to do with something new that has appeared on the scene in the last 4 years, and that's artificial intelligence. And I don't know, I'm not your leading expert on what artificial intelligence is going to mean and how soon it's going to mean it. But if you read some of the papers that are floating around the industry, there was one by an AI entrepreneur named Dario Amodei, and he said, look, once we get artificial intelligence going, it's going to allow us to compress the next 100 years of science into 5 years, okay? And that takeoff point could be 2 years from now. And so if you are a person who's thinking about national security, or if you're a Silicon Valley type and you get Donald Trump's ear, you say, look, this is no joke. If China gets to someplace 24 months from now quicker than we do, they're going to very rapidly be decades ahead of us in science as we understand it now. And I think that what's happened is that Trump has got religion on this. And that's why he's so close to Musk and people like that. And so I don't really think there's any Reaganite idealism about the power of the free market and the entrepreneur. I think there is a conviction that you have to give the people who can advance the country technologically, you have to give them what they need, and that the model for this would not be Reagan's tax cuts. It would be Operation Warp Speed. That is the Trump vaccine program, which I think now you can look back on and say was quite a success.
Yeah. If that's a good attempt, Chris. But here's what I would say. Yes, if you wanted to get someone like Musk or someone like Altman or whoever knows this shit, which of course you and I don't, and most of these politicians have no idea what this is. But I'm happy to agree with everything you just said, except that is not what Musk is doing. And Musk is coming in.
Well, that's a different thing. That's a different thing.
Well, no. If he's coming to do something completely different than that, and if what they've now, for the first time ever, Trump is about government waste and fraud, which is a whole new theme for him. I hadn't really, occasionally thrown up, but certainly not central to him. Now we have this dude who is clearly, let's put it this way, he's a brilliant man, obviously, in certain respects. But there are different categories of human activity. Yeah. Political activity is very different than mathematics or than engineering or even than capitalism. Now, what they've done is they've taken this person and they've said, we want him to make the government radically more efficient.
Right. Chat asks, look, can you explain why everyone considers China a threat? So to begin with, there are over 1 billion Chinese. So all things being equal, a country with more people rather than fewer people is more powerful. Right? What led France to dominate Europe under Napoleon is in large part demographics. So Napoleon's probably the most brilliant general. Right, he had more wins above replacement than any other general, but there was also a demographic change in France that produced a lot of young men. So there are over 1 billion Chinese, and there are about 330 million Americans. So the size of China, the physically huge number of people in China, their rate of economic growth, their increasingly large military, they possess nuclear weapons, and they seem to be dominating many key industries. So, people see China as dominating this part of tech and this part of renewable energies, and the conventional wisdom is that China is our biggest geostrategic rival. So your power as a nation state is some combination of the size of your economy and the size of your military, and the size of China's military is rapidly rising, and they seem to be at the forefront of various technologies. So you've got overall size of population, you've got some formidable technological achievement, you've got China leading the way with various industries such as electric cars. You've got an increasingly large military, and you've got China's Belt and Road Initiative reaching out to influence countries all over the world, including in Latin America. And so if we weren't worrying about China, who would we worry about, right? We evolved through being aware of threats, and compared to any other nation state, China's more of a threat. So we did not evolve for happiness. We evolved for survival, and survival means being aware of threats. Horatio says Chinese demographics are okay. No, they're absolutely crashing. So I think India may be the largest country right now, but China also has a much higher average IQ. So the average Chinese IQ has sometimes been estimated at 105. Though because of malnutrition and pollution in rural areas, there's all sorts of stunted intelligence. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.